Pastel, sorry. Mic kita tetap on kan?
Projected global economic growth outlook remains grim at a low level. The volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous global environment factors have put heavy challenge for economies to strive and survive. The volatility of prices for commodities and financial markets, elevated uncertainty, complex and heightened supply chain vulnerabilities, and ambiguous global economic and monetary policies play as a critical factors in shaping the global economic dynamics. These factors have invoked the need for economies to have strong public finance and navigate robust and sustainable economic development. Effective, prudent, and credible fiscal policy management has made Indonesia one of the few countries with significantly improved fiscal condition post-pandemic. Indonesia's government spending policies are in line with Makosid's Sharia principles, a set of principles that provides beyond experience values that are to protect human faith, soul, intellect, lineage, and wealth. With the trend of putting people development at the center, the state budget aims to encourage inclusive, sustainable economic growth, while also enhancing economic resilience by functioning as a shock absorber against global shocks and pressures. Central government spending focuses on programs benefiting the public, supporting the acceleration of economic transformation or growth, and improving economic resilience. It is worthily noted that Makosid Sharia function embedded in the budget meant to stabilize prices, maintaining purchasing power, and support MSMEs. While on the financing side, Indonesia has the potential to wield huge impact through Islamic public finance policies. In addition of existing national budget revenue, Islamic public finance offers Indonesia with huge Islamic finance potential. This potential marked with huge Muslim population, the most generous country in the world for 7 consecutive times until 2024, and thriving Islamic financial sector. Growth of Islamic percent compared to 2022. This growth trend signaling the growing importance of Islamic social finance as a part of Indonesia's Islamic public finance integrated framework and governance. The latest innovation of ISF instruments through Islamic financial markets such as cash wakaf link sukuk and cash wakaf link deposit have opened further advancement in deepening and development. It has also made a great impact and strongly links Islamic financial market, especially with education, health, housing, and MSME sectors. Through adaptive, innovative, and collaborative policies in ISF governance, Indonesia emergence as a flourishing nation might be just around the corner. To achieve the needed development, strategic approaches consisted of strong, inclusive, and sustainable concerted efforts are essentials. Therefore, we believe bringing the voices of experts, practitioners, and policymakers into a public discourse is a good way to mark a critical stepping stone for Indonesia's Islamic public finance framework development. Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia proudly presents the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference titled Islamic Public Finance Role and Optimization, Exploring and Harnessing Potentials and Innovation in Islamic Public Finance Management for Economic Development. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia present
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
With the strong characteristics and potential of halal economy, we can expect this particular sector to help spur our economy, improve our productivity and inclusivity.
Halal industry has grown positively amid serious and various global challenges.
Why Islamic finance actually is more relevant, more consistent with the market mechanism than the interest-based mechanism.
The annual Islamic Finance Conference, AIFC, firstly started in 2016 in Jakarta, then continued in Yogyakarta, Makassar, and Surabaya. AIFC is an annual series of events that brings together a wide spectrum of stakeholders to discuss various keys of Islamic finance, economic, and development issues. In 2024, the 8th AIFC is in harmony with Indonesian State Budget 2025, encouraging productivity, stability, and resiliency. This year's conference carries very important theme: Islamic public finance role and optimization, exploring and harnessing potentials and innovation in Islamic public finance management for economic development. Projected global economic growth outlook remains grim at a low level. The volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous global environment factors have put heavy challenge for economies to strive and survive. The volatility of prices for commodities and financial markets, elevated uncertainty, complex and heightened supply chain vulnerabilities, and ambiguous global economic and monetary policies play as critical factors in shaping the global economic dynamics. These factors have invoked the need for economies to have strong public finance and navigate robust and sustainable economic development. Effective, prudent, and credible fiscal policy management has made Indonesia one of the few countries with significantly improved fiscal condition post-pandemic. Indonesia's government spending policies are in line with Makosid's Sharia principles, a set of principles that provides beyond experience values that are to protect human faith, soul, intellect, lineage, and wealth. With a trend of putting people development at the center, the state budget aims to encourage inclusive, sustainable economic growth, while also enhancing economic resilience by functioning as a shock absorber against global shocks and pressures. Central government spending focuses on programs benefiting the public, supporting the acceleration of economic transformation or growth, and improving economic resilience. It is worthily noted that Makosid Sharia function embedded in the budget meant to stabilize prices, maintaining purchasing power, and support MSMEs. While on the financing side, Indonesia has the potential to wield huge impact through Islamic public finance policies. In addition of existing national budget revenue, Islamic public finance offers Indonesia with huge Islamic finance potential. This potential marked with huge Muslim population, the most generous country in the world for 7 consecutive times until 2024, and thriving Islamic financial sector. Growth of Islamic social finance or ISF as a part of Islamic public finance is quite amazing in Indonesia, with positive growth trend of ISF collections in the period of 2002 until 2023. In 2023, ISF collections reached more than 34.7 trillion, or grew around 43.5% compared to 2022. This growth trend signaling the growing importance of Islamic social finance as a part of Indonesia's Islamic public finance integrated framework and governance. The latest innovation of ISF instruments through Islamic financial markets such as cash wakaf link sukuk and cash wakaf link deposit have opened further advancement in deepening and development, It has also made a great impact and strongly links Islamic financial market, especially with education, health, housing, and MSME sectors. Through adaptive, innovative, and collaborative policies in ISF governance, Indonesia emerges as a flourishing nation might be just around the corner. To achieve the needed development, strategic approaches consisted of strong, inclusive, and sustainable concerted efforts are essentials. Therefore, we believe bringing the voices of experts, practitioners, and policymakers into a public discourse is a good way to mark a critical stepping stone for Indonesia's Islamic public finance framework development. Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia proudly presents the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference titled Islamic Public Finance Role and Optimization, Exploring and Harnessing Potentials and Innovation in Islamic Public Finance Management for Economic Development.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. Mrs. Sri Mulyani Indrawati has arrived.
Welcome, Minister, to the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin this program, we would like to invite everyone to please remain stand up to sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
Everyone, you may take your seat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the second day of the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference, Islamic Public Finance Role and Optimization, Exploring and Harnessing Potentials and Innovation in Islamic Public Finance Management for Economic Development.
Her Excellency Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Finance Minister of the Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Mr. Zamir Iqbal, Vice President of Islamic Development Bank. Our honorable guest, Director and Resident Representative, Regional Hub Indonesia of Islamic Development Bank, Mr. Amer Buwich. Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Febrio Kacaribu.
Advisor to the Council of Ministers, Ministry of Finance of the Kingdom Saudi Arabia, Mr. Saleh Alawaji. Deputy for Entrepreneurship of the Ministry of Cooperatives and SMEs, Mrs. Siti Aziza. Chairwoman of Perhimpunan Saudagar Muslimah Indonesia, Mrs. Siti Nur Azizah Ma'ruf Amin. Our honorable guests, high-level officials of Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, our honorable guests, panelists and discussion chairs of the second day of AIFC.
And also, greetings to all participants of this conference who have been attending here at the Mezzanine Hall and virtually today through Zoom and the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia's YouTube channel. My name is Indah Dwi Lestari.
And I'm Lisa Angelia. We'll guide you through today's sessions, ensuring a smooth and engaging experience.
Today is the final day of G8 AIFC. Thank you for returning after yesterday's session. Today we will discuss several interesting topics and announce the call for papers winners. Today's conference has several segments. First, we will learn about the Khadijah program, which will be covered in a special session with the experts.
The conference will then take a short break for lunch and Friday prayer. Later, there will be a guest lecturer session. Following that, a call for papers announcement will commence. Fourth, we will deeply dive into the principles, framework, history, dynamics, and contemporary development of Islamic public finance.
We'd like to remind participants who joined virtually today to fill in the attendance link. The committee will share information regarding the attendance link via the chat room. Before commencing the seminar, we will listen to the recitation of the Holy Quran by Mr. Galuh Chandra Wibowo.
To Mr. Galuh Chandra Wibowo, you may have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Khudh min amwalihim sadaqatan tutahhiruhum wa tuzakkihim biha wa salli alaihim inna salataka sakanun lahum Wallahu sami'un alim. Alam ya'lamu Allah huwa yaqbalu at-taubata an ibadihi huwa yaqbalu at-taubata an ibadihi wa ya'khudhu as-sadaqati wa anna Allah wa anna Allah huwa at-tawwabur rahim. وقل اعملوا فسيرى الله عملكم ورسوله والمؤمنون وستردون إلى عالم الغيب والشهادة فينبئكم بما كنتم تعملون وآخرون مرجون لأمر الله إما يعذبهم وإما يتوب عليهم والله عليم حكيم صدق الله العظيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Mr. Galuh. May Allah always give us guidance and help. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next agenda, let's pray and ask for blessings from God Almighty for the smooth running of today's event, which will be led by Mr. Muhammad Quraish.
To Mr. Muhammad Quraish, you may have the floor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our heads for a moment and pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that the event held today may provide blessings and useful knowledge for us all. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Hayyu ya Qayyum bi rahmatika astaghits. Ya Hayyu ya Qayyum bi rahmatika astaghits. Ya Hayyu ya Qayyum bi rahmatika astaghits. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. La ilaha illa anta subhanaka inni kuntu minaz zalimin. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuafi mukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Ya Allah, the one who stands alone and needs nothing. By your mercy we beseech you. By your mercy we ask for your help. And by your mercy we raise our prayers to you. Ya Allah, ease and smooth all our affairs. Grant us health in our bodies. Illuminate our hearts. Strengthen our hearts. And make our deeds righteous. Expand our provision. Bring us closer to godness and distance us from evil. Ya Allah, grant us all our needs in our religion, in this world and the hereafter. Truly you are the one who is all powerful over all things. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fit din, wa afiyatan fil jazad, wa zidatan fil ilmi, wa barakatan fil rizki, wa taubatan qabla al maut, wa rahmatan indal maut, wa afiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma wina lana fi sakaratil maut, wa najata minan nar wal afwa indal hisab. Allahumma rabbana taqabbal minna salatana wa syamana wa ruku'ana wa sujudana wa qu'udana wa tadarru'ana wa taqashwana wa ta'budana wa tamim taksirana. Ya Allah, Ya Rabbal Alamin. Ya Allah, the most forgiving Lord, with your attributes of Afuwun Ghafur, please forgive our sins and mistake, the sins and mistake of our heroes, our leaders, our teachers, and our parents who have passed away. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, make us all your servants who are always grateful to you, and keep us far from those who deny your blessings. Include us among the fortunate, those whom you have blessed with guidance and favor. Ya Allah, make our leaders in Indonesia and throughout the world good and righteous people. Help them to fulfill their duties and grant them guidance to carry out the best thing for Islam, particularly for Muslim advancement and development of the Islamic economy and finance sector in Indonesia and throughout the world. Ya Allah, we beseech you for knowledge that is beneficial, abundant sustenance, and deeds that you are pleased with, and particularly for this event that we are holding today, the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference. Ya Allah, make this event a blessed gathering, and make this parting a parting that is protected from disaster. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafian wa rizqan tayyiban wa amal mutaqabbala. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana wa la tahmil alaina isran kama hamaltahu alal ladzina min qablina. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da idh hadaitana wa hab lana min ladunka rahmah innaka antal wahhab. Rabbana ighfir lana wa liwalidina wa li jamil muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya minhum wal amwat innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dhurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alil muttaqina imama. Rabbi ij'alni muqimas salati wa min dzurriyyati rabbana wa taqabbal du'a. Allahumma inna na'udzubika minan nar wa adkhilna jannatal abrar ya aziz ya ghaffar ya rabbal alamin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala nabiyyina wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Mr. Quraish, for your time. The following agenda will be the welcoming remarks from the Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Febrio Kacaribu.
To Mr. Febrio Kacaribu, you may have the floor.
Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Minister of Finance, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Amir Bukik, Director and Resident Representative of Islamic Development Bank for Regional Hub Indonesia, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. It is truly an honor and great pleasure to welcome you all to the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference, AIFC, this year 2024. This conference serves as a flagship event of the Ministry of Finance designed to support Islamic finance and economic development. The first IFC back in 2016 was held back-to-back with the 41st Islamic Development Bank annual meeting back in Jakarta, 2016. So this is now how many years after that? Islamic finance delivers values to many wide ranges aspects. The main theme of the conferences has been evolving and enriched from year to year to ensure we see relevance and we see the richness of Islamic economic and finance. For example, back in 2017, we were talking about poverty and income inequality. In 2018, we were talking about digital economy. And in 2019, we talk about blended Islamic finance. Even during the COVID-19 pandemic, we talk about promoting economic recovery, financial stability, sustainable and inclusive growth in 2021. In 2022, we talk about MSMEs empowerment. And in 2023, we talk about global uncertainty, and we talk about it last year. Now, this year, we are looking at the Islamic public finance role and optimization. We would like to explore and harness the potential innovation in Islamic public finance management for economic development. The theme reflects significance of challenges that we are facing today and in the future. We stand at critical juncture of global economy where rising tensions, increasing financial risk, and economic fragmentation really have demanded innovative solutions. Against this backdrop, Islamic public finance offers not just an alternative model in navigating economic growth, but also a holistic and ethical approach rooted in Maqasid al-Sharia that aims to serve the broader welfare of society or an inclusive and sustainable development. Indonesia has really embarked and developed robust system policies and also initiatives in the context of Islamic social finance. We see the development of zakah, wakaf, and other religious social instruments with over 34 trillion rupiah has been collected through ISF in Indonesia through 2023. Clearly, there's potential growth and impact enormously to the future. In this conference, we will discuss how Islamic public finance help us address structural economic challenges, promote financial inclusion, and support government efforts to uplift the undeserved while exploring innovative through mechanisms such as khas wakaf linked sukuk. This is the initiative by our Minister of Finance that had received award at the annual meeting of Islamic Development Bank last year. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to see also a special program will be discussed today, which is called Khadijah program. This is collaboration between ISDB and Government of Indonesia. I was talking to Amir earlier today and also reporting to Ibu Menteri. We would like to see a lot more participation from the local businesses, local banks to collaborate with ISDB on this regard, and we would try to do our best in the future to involve a lot more local participants for this. Last but not least, I would like to report, Bu Menteri, that during this 2 days event, so yesterday, there were 2 keynote speech lectures. First by the Vice Minister of Finance, second, Bapak Thomas Jiwandono yesterday, delivering his remark, and then followed by Second Minister of Finance of Malaysia, His Excellency Azizan. And we learned a lot from yesterday's event. Today, we are continuing this event, and we have the privilege to have the presence of Ibu Menteri to give us a special keynote speech later today. Another thing I would like to report, Bu Menteri, is for this conference, we are accepting 337 papers and reviewed by our colleague from University of Indonesia and also in collaboration with Ministry of Finance. Out of these 337 papers, the best 20 papers presented during this conference, and then 10 best papers will be chosen as winners and are expected to be published in national as well as international journals. Finally, Bu Menteri and ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my remark, I would like to reiterate my appreciation to all partners for the support for this 8th AIFC event, especially our dear friend, Islamic Development Bank Group. I was joking, but I think I was serious as well to say that ISDB is Indonesian bank. And I think it is also important for us to spread the message to our Indonesian fellows here in Jakarta, in Indonesia. ISDB is Indonesian bank, and we are looking forward to have a big collaboration further between Islamic Development Bank with Indonesia's counterpart. And also thank you so much for National Islamic Economic and Finance Committee, KNEKS, the Indonesian Association of Islamic Economists, ERAE, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Indonesia, and all speakers as well as Ministry of Finance team. Let us embrace this opportunity to engage, collaborate, and innovate together to shape the future of strong, healthy, and sustainable Sharia economy and finance. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Febrio Kacaribu, for your time. Moving on to the next agenda, we will listen to the keynote speech from Mr. Amer Bukvic, Director and Resident Representative of Regional Hub Indonesia of the Islamic Development Bank Group.
To Mr. Amer Bukvic, you may have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Minister of Finance, Your Excellency Febrio Kacaribu, Head of Fiscal Agency, Your Excellency Andin Hedianto, Deputy Minister of Ministry of Finance, His Excellency Pargiono, Expert Staff of the Minister, Your Excellency Siti Aziza, Deputy Minister of Cooperative Ministry, Excellencies, distinguished guests, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Al-Jasser, President of the Islamic Development Bank, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Indonesian Finance Minister and ISDB Governor, for hosting the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference. Today we gather to explore the crucial theme of Islamic public finance role and optimization, exploring and harnessing potentials and innovation in Islamic public finance management for economic development. This gathering represents an important opportunity to reflect on how Islamic finance can be optimized to effectively address the economic challenges we face. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Islamic public finance is deeply rooted in ethical principles that align financial practices with the overreaching goals of Islamic law, known as Maqasid al-Sharia. This system is designated to foster justice, equity, and inclusivity in financial management economic development. As we explore its potential, we recognize the vital role that innovative solutions play in enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of Islamic public finance. The integration of Islamic public finance with broader Islamic financial sector offers a pathway to unlock significant resources essential for tackling pressing social and economic development challenges faced by our member countries. Firstly, the utilization of Sharia-compliant instruments such as zakat, waqf, and sukuk is crucial for resource mobilization. These tools enable governments to fund large-scale infrastructure projects while remaining aligned with Islamic principles. For instance, sukuk has proven to be a transformative vehicle for financing infrastructure, allowing access to capital without accruing conventional interest-based debt. Indonesia's successful use of sukuk to finance education, healthcare, and infrastructure serves as a leading example, illustrating how Islamic public finance can directly contribute to national development goals. Secondly, harnessing risk-sharing principles from Islamic finance embodied in Musharaka and Mudaraba facilitates innovative partnerships that unite public and private sectors. These collaborations encourage the equitable sharing of risks and rewards, which is essential for financing long-term development projects. By prioritizing financial justice, we ensure that economic activities benefit all stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, a significant contribution of Islamic public finance is its focus on social welfare and economic inclusiveness. By mobilizing resources through zakah and sadaqah, the Islamic financial sector directly addresses critical issues such as poverty alleviation, education, and healthcare. These social finance instruments create a vital link between wealth redistribution and sustainable development, showcasing the importance of optimizing their impact. With its large population, Indonesia stands to benefit immensely from a structured and transparent application of these resources. The Islamic Development Bank Group has been working closely with Indonesia to develop innovative Sharia-based projects that leverage private capital for public infrastructure, enhancing the country's fiscal capacity while adhering to ethical guidelines. Taking this opportunity, I am proud to note that to date, Islamic Development Bank Group total financing to Indonesia has reached approximately $7.2 billion across 350 operations, spanning various priority sectors of the country's economy, both public and private. Moreover, the issuance of sukuk has revolutionized how governments finance critical infrastructure. By tapping into both domestic and international markets, sukuk raises essential capital for projects in transportation, energy, and urban infrastructure. This financing method not only promotes alignment with Islamic values, but also ensures financial integrity and long-term sustainability. Islamic finance further enables the structuring of public-private partnerships in accordance with Sharia principles. These partnerships attract private investment for public infrastructure, equitably sharing risks and benefits. Distinguished guests, as we look to the future, innovation will be key in optimizing the role of Islamic public finance. The rise of fintech solutions and blockchain technology offers promising avenues to enhance transparency, efficiency, and scalability in Islamic finance. Digital platforms for zakah and waqf management can transform how public resources are collected, managed, and allocated, leading to more impactful outcomes. Indonesia, with its dynamic tech sector, is well positioned to integrate these innovations into its public finance systems. The Islamic Development Bank Group is already supporting Indonesia in this endeavor, unlocking the country's enormous potential to sustainably address development challenges along the following 4 key areas: infrastructure, affordability, institutional framework, and digital literacy. One exemplary collaboration is Tadamun Crowdfunding Academy Invite, which aims to mainstream social economic development initiatives and support the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. This initiative covers a diverse range of sectors, including women and youth empowerment, disability inclusion, climate change, energy and environment, peace building, STEM education, community development, and agriculture and rural development. By addressing these critical areas, the Tadamun Crowdfunding Academy initiative plays a pivotal role in fostering sustainable solutions for socio-economic development. Another instance of our strategic partnership is the Khadijah Women Enterprise Finance Code project that is being designed to support women entrepreneurs by scaling up access to financial products and services, building capacity, expanding networks, offering mentorships, and providing opportunity to link with domestic and global markets, and for government to improve the business environment for women-owned and led small and medium enterprises. Esteemed participants, the role of Islamic public finance in economic development is crucial, and its optimization is imperative. By leveraging Sharia-compliant instruments such as zakah, waqf, and sukuk, and fostering innovative partnerships between public and private entities, we can achieve fiscal resilience and promote social equity and inclusive growth. For a nation like Indonesia, this integrated approach not only provides sustainable solutions to fiscal challenges, but also fosters infrastructure development while remaining true to Islamic principles of justice and fairness. The Islamic Development Bank Group is committing to supporting Indonesia and other member countries in optimizing Islamic public finance, ensuring that economic growth is both equitable and sustainable. In closing, I extend my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Finance, the National Islamic Economic and Finance Committee, the Indonesian Association of Islamic Economists, and the Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Indonesia, for superbly organizing the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amir Buvic, for your time. Moving on to the next agenda, we will listen to the special speech that will be delivered by Mrs. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Finance Minister of the Republic of Indonesia.
Thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished Mr. Amir Buvic, the Director and Resident Representative of the Regional Hub Indonesia of the Islamic Development Bank, our colleagues, speakers, distinguished participants, good morning to all of you. Alhamdulillah. This morning, we are all gathered here in this beautiful room to hold the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference, or AIFC, in 2024. This is the 8th year, so I really appreciate the effort by Minister of Finance, especially BKF, that is Fiscal Policy Office, in continuously and consistently holding this event every year in order for us to be able to continue exploring and harnessing the Islamic value within the context of public finance as well as economic development in Indonesia. I also encourage to hear the report from Pak Febrio on the appetite to submit many of the paper that is being then compete in order for us to have a quality of the thinking on the Islamic finance, in order for us to continue developing as well as encourage the implementation of the value of Islam within the context of the economic development, economic policy, and especially on finance and public finance. Today's topic is exploring and harnessing potential of innovation. And this is one of the most important questions, actually, not only in the world of Islam, but also global economy. Because the world economy, especially under the very not encouraging prospect that is grim with weaknesses on the economic growth, the sluggish economic growth, we are all understand that in order for us to be able to revitalize and improve the performance of the economy globally, the role of productivity and innovations are very critical. And the subtopic, which is also important for this meeting, is on the role of Islamic public finance management. This is the core values as well as the core mandate as a finance ministry to actually manage as well as developing the public finance management in order for us to achieve our national goal, development goal. This fundamental topic of innovation and public finance management are essential for any economy who try to continue their development journey. So I really welcome as well as encourage to see that the AIFC, in this case, picking this very critical topic. I do also understand that for all of us to be able to continue implementing the Islamic principle, which is not only relevant for the Muslim society, but also for humanity globally, which is based on justice or fairness. This is one of the most critical issue or economic issue for any, not only policymaker, but also for the players. But Islamic value is not only about justice or fairness. This is very critical one. But we also upholding the value like efficiency as well as development. We are all understand that the value of Islam that is related to, already mentioned by Datuk Amir, Maqasid As-Syariah, as well as Pak Febrio, the objective of Islamic law, which include, in this case, protection of human life, intellectual property, family, and religion. The Maqasid Syariah, in this case, has already been implemented, although we know room for improvement is really there. The Islamic principle of Hifzun Nafs, that is protection of human life. Hifzul Aql, protection of intellectual. Hifzul Ma'al, protection of property or wealth. Hifzun Nas, protection of family. And Hifzud Din, protection of religious. How we are going to actually implement this principle within the context of public finance, which in Indonesia, state finance law, specifically mention about three very important and critical functions of public finance. That is allocative or allocation, distribution, and stability. If we look at those three functions of the public finance within the state finance law, with those principles stated in the Maqasid As-Syariah of protection of human life, intellect, wealth or property, family, and religious. They are all actually consistent. There is no way you are going to be able to protect human life, family, intellectual, as well as the property, and also religious without fairness. And the fairness is actually translated into the distribution within the public finance function. There is no way you are going to be able to achieve those protection of 5 areas without stability, because the economy which is not stable will destroy wealth, will even destroy the intellectual, and also destroy the human life, that is family as well as the people. And the economy which is growing and sharing prosperity, you need to have the allocative efficiency. So basically, there is a consistency between the principle of the Islamic value, which is put in the Maqasid as-Sharia, with the public finance principle within the 3 functions of the public finance. And the most important for all of us, especially for those of you who's dealing with the finance, and for those of you even in managing public finance, the character of our Prophet, peace be upon him, that is amanah, sodiq, fatonah, and tablik. The 4 very important characters as a role model. Siddiq meaning that you are trustworthy, honesty. Amanah, you are credible. Fatonah, meaning that you have intellectual leadership. Tablik, you actually explain it. Look at the way we try to manage our public finance in Indonesia. Why the value of integrity, credibility is continuously emphasized here in this institution. These are all the value which characterize our Prophet, peace be upon him, as well as the Islamic value. It is reflection of this siddiq and amanah. If we try to continue explain and providing intellectual leadership because we want to implement the fatonah and tablik. So basically, within the context of implementing the Islamic value, we have to look at the real substance. This is in addition to many of us usually very, very dedicated and detailed on the legalistic aspect, the form. But I always emphasize that Islam as rahmatan lil alamin, they need and they should be implemented as a universal value which is needed for humanity globally. And that's why the work, which is very challenging, is how we are going to be able to implement the basic and the original value of Islam within the context of our current economic, financial, dynamic and development. Without, in this case, giving up those very basic principles and continue consistently implementing it, then you are going to be able to translate those concepts of rahmatan lil alamin in the real substance form. It will avoiding us from the cosmetic, superficial, or even the worst is the munafik character of just doing the word Islam but not implementing the real value. So I'm actually quite happy that we, Ministry of Finance, continue using this platform of AIFC to continue promoting this value and how we are going to be able to showcase the noble value of Islam within the context of the public finance management and on the economic policy regulation. Let us now look at the way the public finance has been designed and managed. When we are talking about protecting human value, so you have to look at the composition of the public finance and dedicating whether on the revenue side as well as spending side and below the line that is on the investment side, are we committing ourselves in protecting family, human development, and prosperity or wealth, and also improving the intellectual. Look at the budget. If we look at the number that we dedicated for social protection, whether this is related to directly support for the poor family, cash transfer, food support, many subsidies, whether this is in the form of energy subsidies, fertilizers, small medium enterprise, which Amir mentioned about Khadijah in this case. These are all the areas that the public finance, our budget, APBN, Fiscal, is actually allocating significant portion. So I will encourage the audience here and many of you who really dedicate yourself in talking about the Islamic finance, including public finance, try to look hard and harder whether the design of our fiscal policy reflecting those Islamic value. By dedicating of our policy, whether this is on a taxation, revenue side, spending side, including the below the line or investment, are they reflecting the Islamic value? That is that protecting 5 things: human, family, wealth or property, intellect, and religion. And also consistent with the noble character of our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. That is Siddiq, Amanah, Fatonah, and Tabligh. You look hard and harder. Use your critical thinking, because these are going to be the way we are going to be able to implement in a substance and meaningful way this Islamic value. If we look at our revenue side, taxation, in addition to the zakat or wakaf, we also use the tool of taxation. The design of tax policy, we have Pak Yon, which is not being great today. I will ask him whether he's in designing the tax law in Indonesia following the Maqasid Syariah. Let us say about the justice or fairness. How do you translate this fairness and justice within the public finance, especially on taxation? How? One interpretation of justice is for those, and actually the Quran, which is recited earlier, saying that for those who has the ability to contribute more, you contribute more. For those who's unable and poor, you should provide them through zakat or in our public finance through social safety net. Different term, same substance. And that is exactly what we are doing on a taxation, Pak Yon, designing that for those who's below a certain income level, you are not paying tax or you don't have any obligation to pay tax, free from taxation because of their income ability. For those who has more income or economic capacity, you will pay according to the bracket. The more you are having income potential, you pay more. Is it not? This is the principle of justice or fairness in Islam. For VAT, for the area commodity which is affecting the human life, we provide them with the facility not to be payable or obliged to pay the VAT. So these are all our colleagues in the Ministry of Finance who try to implement Islamic value within the context of public finance management. On the revenue side, on the spending side, most of our spending is returned back to the people and with the design for those who need more support, whether this is on the basic infrastructure like water, sanitation, up to the housing. There is a dedicated program for the low income family to get the housing. So these are all within the public finance vocabulary. We call it the distribution function, which in Islamic vocabulary, you call it justice and fairness. Within the economic vocabulary, you call it the equality or inclusivity, what Amir mentioned. 3 different terms, the same substance. Let's talk about efficiency, the innovation, productivity. Within the Islamic Maqasid Syariah, you call it the performance in order for you to protect the wealth and intellect. There is no economic is going to be able to grow and creating prosperity, growth, prosperity, without protection of property. In the vocabulary of the economy, you call it protection of the property right. That is the basic fundamental for any economy to function. Allocative efficiency can be achieved through competition based on the value which is protecting property right. So this is what you call it the fair, open competition. So there is an affirmative policy of justice, there is also open competition. So I do hope that many of you is going to continue, especially the EIAE. Those of you who claim yourself as an economist, but with the title of Islamic, you have to master both the economic courses or theory and the Islamic value. Then you are going to be able to continue developing, exploring, or even in this case, have a new idea regarding how you are going to be able to mainstream, inspire, of the economic management and practices based on the true fundamental value of Islam. This is going to inspire all because I truly believe that Islamic value is universal value. Once you implement in a very consistent and committed way, you will be able to touch the heart and mind and inspire a good activity and good governance. So if so much that we are using in Islamic public finance, I think we need to continue promote this value because that will inspire and open to many innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to also encourage this forum to continue improving not only at the very fundamental value, but also in the policy, regulation, and instrument. On the policy side, you continue need to deal with many public finance policy. And you can use it the lens of just economic efficiency, but also from the value of Islam. Those two methodology, they are all valid. We need to work hard to look and implement policy, regulation, and instrument. Dato Amir mentioned earlier about a couple of instruments which is very, very maybe popular and highlighted in many of our performance in public management, like sukuk, zakat, wakaf. Sukuk Indonesia is already among the emerging country or even in the world that Indonesia is among the largest and the most progressive in issuance and using the sukuk to address the issue of development in Indonesia. From project finance sukuk, these are all implemented. Maybe many of you in this room enjoying it if you are coming from the campus, university, which is the development of many of the Islamic campus in Indonesia is actually financed by our sukuk instrument. We also try to take care of the world, our earth, from this climate change. We issue the sukuk green. Again, in this case, Indonesia is among the pioneer and the largest issuance. Zakat and wakaf, Indonesia is also continue promoting. Even within the context of taxation, zakat has been recognized as partial, which is actually recognized as a reduction of your taxable obligation. Wakaf, wakaf link sukuk, these are all the instruments that we, Ministry of Finance, continue promoting and trying to link between the specific nature of the Islamic regulation or Sharia with the need for the economy to continue develop. Don't constrain yourself by narrowing the implementation of instrument, because if you try to narrow or you are unintentionally narrowing the instrument, you may be unintentionally reducing the value of Islam within our daily economic and financial activity. So try to be even open-minded, inclusive, looking at the substance so that the regulation is not become a constraint for us to implement, but the regulation or Sharia becoming the catalyst or facilitating of how we are going to implement the Islamic value in the wider, truly rahmatan lil alamin. And these are all what I'm always continue asking for our team. Indonesia recently increasing our share holding in the Islamic Development Bank. And that's why Pak Febrio mentioned Islamic Development Bank is our national bank. Because we are the third largest now from the 12th. And none of you even appreciate that. But what does it mean to be the biggest shareholder of the Islamic Development Bank? What does it mean? Is it because we are the largest economy in the OIC? Indonesia is the largest economy by size from all the Islamic country in the world. Is it because we are largest in population? Is it because we are the largest geographically? But what does it mean to be the third largest shareholder? I'm challenging you, asking you, because you always asking me as if I know all the answer. It is not. But this is the area in which all our Islamic intellectual community, like many of you here, have to continue thinking. To become the third largest, but you are not having no one in the senior level as the management? Why? Are you not qualified? Are you less competent? Are you not reliable? Are you not Siddiq Amanah, Fatona, Tablik? I don't know. Where is Indonesian in the decision position in all those very fundamental, important institutions? Where are you? Is it because you are not Fatonah enough? Right? Are you not Fatonah enough? Comparing to Pak Amir? I don't think so. Why? So if we are now Indonesia as the three largest shareholder, it is your job. It is your job to be able to continue penetrate so that you become the real shareholder. What shareholder means? Shareholder means that you are own. Own means that you have to translate the policy that you believe in this institution. What is our belief? Based on Islam, but also Indonesia. What is the value of Islam and Indonesia that you try and you want to be translated in the way Islamic Development Bank behave? What is the thinking? That's the big question. And I would like the AIFC in the future have the ability to think big, because Indonesia is the big Islamic country. If you're not thinking big, that Indonesia and Islam will be perceived as small and inferior country. If you continue thinking small, then you are actually reducing the value of Islam, which is Rahmatan lil Alamin, and Indonesia as the largest economy in the world, among the largest economy in the world, to be just another player. And that is a serious homework. So I do hope that with this AIFC 8th year in a row, the next, you are going to be able to continue developing and inspiring. Open-minded, act as a leader, because your country, our country, is the leaders in the world. Fight your inferiority complex. Be confident. You are confident because you are Siddiq, Amanah, Fatonah, Tablik. You are confident because you hold these 4 characters. So that you are going to be the person who is reliable, trustable because you are Siddiq Amanah. You are inspiring and lead because you are Fatonah. You become the leading factors, movement factor, because you continue tabligh. That is actually my urge to you all. It is not in my speech, but it's become the area that I'm always obsessed. That being Muslim, being Indonesia, you should be able to lead. And to lead meaning that you are trustworthy, you are credible, you have intellectual leadership, and you are able to explain and motivate people. That is exactly the 4 character of our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So with that, I would like to encourage you all to continue to use this platform in a much more ambitious way, looking and thinking big, have a big ambition, but continue holding, continue consistent with those value of Islam. The real value that will inspire people of the world, no matter where they live, no matter their countries, and no matter what their religions, because Islam is truly rahmatan lil alamin. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ibu Sri Mulyani. Please
stay
remain
with
on
us,
stage, Ibu Sri
Minister.
Mulyani, for a photo session. We would also like to invite Dato Amer Bukvich and Mr. Febrio Kacaribu for a photo session together. All right, everyone's getting ready and cameras all ready. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, once again. 3, 2, 1. Okay. All done?
Thank you, Mrs. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Mr. Febrio Kacaribu, and Dato Amer Bukvich. Distinguished guests, we would like to acknowledge our esteemed Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, who will now be leaving us to attend to other commitments.
On behalf of everyone present, we sincerely thank you for your valuable contributions and insights today. Your presence has greatly enriched our discussions, and we appreciate your time and effort.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a round of applause to the Minister of Finance. Okay, I think we will take a photos again. Please, camera be ready. again, we would like to say a very thank you to Minister of Finance, Mrs. Sri Mulyani Indrawati. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you may take your seat. Because we will start another sessions. Yes? Check. Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may now be back to your seat as the next session will begin promptly.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue the conference with a special session discussing the Islamic Social Fund's role in women's empowerment, advancing women's MSMEs through Wakaf Fund, and Islamic Commercial Finance Khadijah program with the experts. Before starting this special session, we will show a video introducing Khadijah program.
Ladies and gentlemen, first, we will listen to a presentation on Islamic finance role in empowering women as a MSME, impact financing experience from BMT Bringharjo, delivered by the chairwoman of BMT Bringharjo herself, Mrs. Mursida Rambe.
Mrs. Mursida Rambe earned her Bachelor of Arts degree from Muhammadiyah University, Yogyakarta. She is currently the chairman of BMT Bringharjo and holds other critical positions in Islamic economy and finance.
Mrs. Mursida Rambe, you may have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillahilladzi hadana lihada wa ma kunna linahtadiya laula an hadanallah amma ba'du. Kepada seluruh Bapak, Ibu,
Ladies and gentlemen, and all of the
kami hormati.
participants, respected participants. First and foremost, let's praise Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, God Almighty, who is always blessing us so that today we can get together in this amazing occasion. Salawat and salam will always be sent to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you so much to express my gratitude to the organizing committee who has given me opportunity to share. We are a small part from all of the things explained by Ibu Sri Mulyani. How grateful, how great we are in Indonesia that we can develop Sharia economy. Therefore, because we are a part of that small part in the system, today, in my position, I would like just to share some points on what we have done during 30 years of our works. I think I will not explain more on who I am and what I am with, and also what we have achieved together with Ibu Sri Mulyani. Yes, I was awarded Tokoh Perubahan Republika year 2016 award, and Alhamdulillah, what I have done for 30 years, I have been awarded Satya Lencana Wirakarya Award by the Mr. President in Palembang City. We are KSPPS BMT Bringharjo, Saving and Loan Cooperatives for Syariah Financing. BMT Baitul Mal Patamwil is managing the two-side Baitul Mal, collecting zakat, infak, sodaqah, fund, and wakaf, and to tasarruf it to those who are eligible to receive. Tamwil is managing the saving and loan with profit sharing. Bringharjo is a largest market, an icon of Yogyakarta city.
Pendiri BMT Bringharjo,
Bringharjo BMT was founded by 3 women. We studied in Yogyakarta. We were raised in Jogja. None of us are Javanese. I'm from North Sumatra. Ibu Yeni from Padang. Ibu Nina from South Sumatra. But we have spent our lives in Yogyakarta, and we became Jogja people, and we never came back or go back to Jogja, to Sumatra. We have some limitations in establishing the Baitul Mal Watamwil. We were trained by Dompet Duafa for 5 days in Lewiliang, Bogor. We were given a chance to experience training, and we were given a capital, 1 million rupiahs. It's in the year 1994, with limitations of knowledge, networks, and also money, of course. But Allah, power is limitless.
Apa sih yang melatar belakangi kami
The
berani
background
mendirikan Baitul Mal
why we established BMT with those limitations, we have 3 reasons.
edukasi
Sharia education.
Edukasi
Sharia education is not only talking about
akad-akad syariah
the
dan
Sharia
produk syariah, tetapi
agreement and also
serta
Sharia
lebih kepada
products,
perilaku,
but it's more
attitude,
on the
kebiasaan,
behavior,
menjaga
attitude,
timbangan, dan lain sebagainya. Ini banyak
and habits.
persoalan-persoalan
So there are
yang
so
kita hadapi
many
di pasar-pasar
problems that we face in
tradisional.
our traditional
Dan
market.
tentu
And of
landasannya
course,
adalah Al-Baqarah 275
the
sampai
basis is
279,
Al-Baqarah
dan surat
275,
Al-Mutaffifin.
279, and
Yang
Al-Mutaffifin
kedua,
Surah.
itu
And number 2,
menekan gerak langkah rentenir.
we want to
Agar
suppress the
pinjol ilegal
loan
tidak
sharks. Today,
berbeda dengan
illegal
namanya
online are not
akibat
different
rentenir.
with loan
Banyak orang
sharks.
yang
Because of
depresi,
loan sharks, many
banyak
people are
orang yang
becoming
cerai,
depressed.
bahkan
Even
ada yang
couples
bunuh
are
diri.
divorced, and
Ini
even some of them
persoalan-persoalan
committed
masyarakat
suicide.
kelas bawah
These
khususnya.
are the problems
Kemudian
in our
yang
society,
ketiga
especially
adalah
from the
pemberdayaan.
low economic people.
Ini
And
saya
number 3 is
lewatkan aja,
empowerment. I will skip
dulu
this.
juga saya
This will
lewatkan.
also be skipped.
Adapun visi
Visions.
kami adalah ingin
We want to be
menjadi mitra terbaik
the best
syariah.
business partner in
Karena
Sharia,
sebenarnya visi
because
kami
our
adalah
visions is to
mengedukasi masyarakat
educate
terhadap
the community
transaksi yang berbasis syariah.
about Sharia-based transactions.
Adapun layanan kami
Our
selain
services,
simpan dan
not only
pembiayaan
saving and
syariah,
financing,
tetapi
but
kami
also
juga
we
membangun
have
berbagai
established
komunitas.
some
Baik itu yang
communities,
sifatnya edukasi, kami
education-based
membentuk namanya
communities.
MBS,
We have established
Malioboro
MBS,
Business
Malioboro Business
yaitu
School.
mendidik
We try to
anggota-anggota
educate
kami
our
untuk
members
lebih pandai,
to be
untuk lebih
more
cerdas, untuk pandai mengelola keuangan
agile
dan
and
sebagainya.
smart to manage their
Dengan kami
financial
membuat namanya
finance.
Binar
We have
dan
Binar
Sahabat
and
Ikhtiar
Sahabat
Mandiri.
Ikhtiar Mandiri or
Karena ada
SIM.
Baitul Mal
Because we have
yang
Baitul Mal
sumbernya dari dana zakat,
that is
infak,
sourced
sedekah,
from
wakaf,
the zakat,
maka
infak,
kami
sedekah,
juga
and
membangun
wakaf.
semacam
We
ekosistem
have
bagi
established an
anggota-anggota
ecosystem
para
for
petani.
our members,
Kami
especially
memiliki lebih
farmers.
dari
We have
310
more than
angkringan.
310
Angkringan adalah
angkringan.
semacam
Angkringan
gerobak
is like a
menjual nasi kucing yang paling
like a
terkenal di
cart
Yogyakarta.
selling nasi
Kemudian
kucing
kami punya
or
depo.
snack
Di depo
made of
adalah
rice in Yogyakarta. We have also
mensuplai
depot.
apa yang
Depot
dibutuhkan
is to
oleh
supply
angkringan,
what
dan di
angkringans
depo kami disuplai oleh
will
para
need.
petani.
And our depot
Petani kami,
are
kami
supplied
menjadi
by
off-taker
the
untuk
farmers.
membeli
We
hasil
are
pertanian.
becoming the off-takers,
Kami
buying the
juga
products from
membangun
our
namanya
farmers.
Bring Tirta
We also
yang
have
melakukan
established
pendampingan
Bring
kepada
Tirta.
buruh
We
gender,
have established
mendampingi para
and
bapak
facilitate and assisted
becak, dan
the
kami juga
becak driver
memberikan
and also the
servis
porters.
kepada
And we also have
para
provided services
duafa
to the
untuk
duafas
Bring Sehat,
for Bring
untuk cek
Sehat
kesehatan
or
maupun
medical
peduli anak
tech,
yatim.
and also anak yatim or yatim
Karena dana
children
zakat infak
care
sedekah
program.
kami,
Because of our
70%
infak sedekah
itu
fund,
untuk sifatnya
70%
produktif
are for
dan
productive
30%
activities,
itu
30%
sifatnya
are
jariah.
for are in charity.
Sebaran BMT Bring Harjo baru hanya
Our
ada di
BMT
Jawa.
Bring Harjo
Oleh karena
branches
itu,
are limited
dengan
only in
adanya
Java.
Khadijah Project,
With Khadijah
rasa-rasanya
Project,
Indonesia
I
sangat
think
luas.
we know Indonesia is
Luas
very
ini.
wide.
Indonesia sangat
Indonesia,
banyak sekali
we
yang
have so many
membutuhkan
people who are
semacam
in
BMT.
need,
Tidak harus
who are
BMT.
in need BMT. Not necessarily
Di
it has to be
Sumatera,
BMT. In Sumatra, for
di
instance,
Pulau
in
Kalimantan,
Kalimantan, in Sulawesi
di Riau,
Island, in
kita
Papua,
masih tumplek, kita masih kebanyakan hanya di Jawa,
we
masih jadi Jawa
have
sentris. Saya juga sebenarnya
larger
orang Sumatera
areas.
seharusnya
Everything is
kembali ke
still
Sumatera,
Java-centric.
tapi ya
As a
karena
Sumatran myself, I
istri
should have
jadi
been
tetap di Jawa juga,
gone back to
gitu ya.
Sumatra,
Jadi
right? But
kami
as a
tetap di
wife,
Jawa.
I have to follow
Dan
my
kita
husband.
berharap
That's why I still
acara
am
ini
here in Java Island.
menginspirasi
I hope
untuk terus
this
memberikan
event
kemanfaatan
will give
kepada
inspirations for
banyak
all of us to share knowledge
perempuan itu sangat banyak
and to share advantages to all women in Indonesia. And women are many, and they are in traditional markets everywhere. BMT Bringharjo, we have been 30 years. Never have we thought from Serambi, from the Bringharjo Mutakin Mosque, we have started this initiative, and we have 20 many offices. We have our offices in 5 provinces. We have managed 78 traditional markets. We focus on our traditional markets where we want to ensure that we can tackle the loan sharks. Our members, we have 39,000-ish members with the assets of 232 billion. You remember, our first capital, initial capital, is 1 million rupiahs only. The amount continue to grow. Yeah, just like what Ibu Sri Mulyani has explained. Sidik, amanah, fatonah, tablik are the keys for the success for financial management, because money or fund is a problem if it is not managed properly in amanah way. So we also have provided finance in our 39,000 members, 221 billion, and we have 52,000 beneficiaries. The cycles of work, Makosid Syariah, that has been shared, we have all of the principles in Makosid Syariah in our activity. Initially, our members, just like this, women, we don't have any capacity, no access, no money, very limited. BMT came, BMT were present, and then we educated them through Baitul Mal. We created the group, we share motivation to them, and then it's not only limited to the motivation. However, we want to help the women in terms of the capital. When the women have been educated very well, properly for 2 years, and then these women will graduate, level up. We're talking about graduated MSMEs. Of course, to graduate, you have to follow an exam, right? So we call it Mentas Unggul program to scale up our members. When our members have been Mentas Unggul, our members will have received commercial financing. In this case, they will get the fund from Zakat. They are the beneficiaries of Zakat. They can scale up, they will get the funding from commercial or deposit commercial. They will be able to profit share, and we still accompany and assist them through Binar program. When someone has already been a successful businesswoman, we still help them, we still educate them to be still paying infak and sedekah. So we have been listening about the things you are, for instance, the beneficiary of zakat, but next you will be the benefactors. When someone has received trainings, have received bigger capital, they got profit, they have to return back to the BMT Bringharjo, the zakat and infak, so that the fund that they give back to us, we can give to those who are still in need. Our members, most are women, most of them are women, but the gap is not too wide. 19,845 women and 1,931 men. Age above 40 years old, 65%. Financing access based on gender, female 84.7% and male 51.3%. Why the figure is like this? because we have some problems. When women have their business running well, when they want to access the loan, they have to get the permission from their husbands, certificate-wise. And it is shifted to men, yeah? But those who manage the business is actually still the women. So you have to thank to the women who are abiding you, husband, men. So please, our male counterparts, help our women counterparts, because we, as a woman, as a female, we will help our male counterparts to improve welfare in our home, in our family. And then in terms of sectors, we're more on the trade sectors, 51%, because our concerns are in the traditional markets, where loan sharks are many. In terms of portfolio, 93% are below 50 million. Talking about MSMEs, yeah, many of them are not qualified, even the micro level, because our capital will not reach 1 billion, only 7% or above 50 million, our financing portfolio. These are the challenges faced by the women. Through research conducted, Ibu Zahra, I have met with you to share about this, that there are so many challenges faced by women. By taking stock, by listing the challenges faced by women, that's why we came up with MBS, Malioboro Business School. Not only will we help them financially, but also spiritually is also an important thing for them, because money can also be a problem. When the money was not there, they could be harmonious, but situation might change. They have money, but it can also create problems. So this MBS is actually a curriculum. Yeah, Malioboro Business School. Many things have been done, have been implemented in MBS. Mr. Gandhi, you also have visited Malioboro, right, sir? And you can see it. You can see MBS. So these are our curriculums given to our members.
Ternyata ketika kita sudah
When
memberikan
we
edukasi
have
kepada
shared
anggota
education
ternyata
to our
mereka
members,
bisa,
awareness,
bagus
they are
mindsetnya,
able, they will have a
punya
strong
semangat,
mindset,
dan lain
they will be
sebagainya.
more
Jadi betapa pentingnya
spiritful.
edukasi,
This
betapa
signifies the
pendampingan,
importance of
betapa
education,
pentingnya
facilitations,
pelatihan, dan lain
coaching,
sebagainya.
trainings are critical things.
Ini adalah contoh
This is
Ibu
an example.
Aprianti.
Madam Aprianti,
Ketika mereka tidak punya
when
uang,
she didn't have any money,
jauh,
not very
persoalan
close
yang
to
dihadapi,
her religion,
termasuk
many
rentenir
problems,
yang selalu mendampingi
loan sharks
beliaunya, dan sampai
was
kepada
always
putus
haunting
asa.
her.
Bapak
She
Ibu,
got
di
desperate.
depannya
Ladies and
dulu
gents,
ketika
when
masih berhubungan dengan rentenir,
she was still engaged
golok
with
ditaruh di
loan
depan
shark,
ininya, Bu,
she has to be
kiosnya
ready
ini.
with,
Saking takutnya dengan
with
rentenir.
machete,
Tapi hari
because
ini,
she wants to be
Ibu
guarded,
Aprianti sudah lebih bagus.
stay away from the
Baik hubungan
loan shark.
keluarga
But
dan
now her
sosial,
life is getting better, social
kemampuannya
life is getting
berpikir
better,
juga
the
udah
way she
oke,
thinks is getting better,
harmonis dengan keluarga,
and her family is
dan
becoming more
agamanya pun lebih
harmonious,
bagus.
and her religious
Tentu
deeds
sudah
is also
meninggalkan
improved.
rentenir.
Of course, rentenir is a bye-bye for her.
Kemudian begitu juga Bu Entin.
And
Ini
Madam
adalah
Entin,
contoh-contoh
Madam
anggota
Entin's
kami, para
also our
perempuan
members,
yang
examples
memiliki mimpi untuk lebih baik,
of
untuk lebih sejahtera,
having
untuk lebih
a better
bermartabat.
dreams,
Jadi
a
dengan
dignified
didampingin,
lives,
mereka
a
bisa
welfare
lebih
life.
baik
With
ternyata.
coaching facilitations, their lives can
Kemudian
improve.
kami juga tahun 2006
In 2006,
datang ke Hong
we
Kong,
went to Hong
bertemu
Kong.
dengan teman-teman
We
yang
met
ada
with
di sana,
our friends,
gitu.
colleagues
Dan
there.
2006
In 2006,
mereka menjadi
they
rewang ya, menjadi pembantu rumah tangga.
were
Kami
working
memberikan
as domestic
literasi
workers.
keuangan
We
tahun
provided
2006.
literacy,
Kemudian mereka
financial literacy
menyimpan di
training,
BNT Beringharjo.
and they saved
Mereka
their
ikut
money in
penyertaan
BMT.
modal di BNT Beringharjo. gitu.
Yeah,
Dan mereka
they
menjadi
also
pemodal di
became
BPMR.
the investors
Saya
in
sudah
Bring
habis
Khadijah BMT.
waktunya.
I think my
Ini
time
adalah
is up.
contoh-contoh
So
mantan
these are
TKI
some of the
10 tahun di
examples
Hong Kong.
our ex-Indonesian
Ini
migrant
juga
workers
gitu ya.
in Hong
Ini
Kong.
Ibu Pamela
And Ibu
pengusaha,
Pamela
ini
is
juga
also a
mantan
business
TKI. Ini
owner,
adalah salah satu member kami yang ada di
ex-Indonesian migrant
Bali
workers,
Army.
our members in Bring
Nah, ini
Khadijah.
semua adalah
So all
contoh-contoh
of them
perempuan-perempuan
are
yang hebat ketika di dalam
true
BRI.
examples. Women can be better
Dan kami
empowered
kemarin
when they
terakhir
were
ke Singapura
facilitated.
bertemu
When I went to
lebih dari
Singapore,
100
I met with more than
pekerja migran
100
Indonesia.
Indonesian
Dan
migrant
mereka
workers,
sekarang sudah
and they
mulai menyimpan
are now
uangnya,
starting to
dan
save,
ketika kembali ke
deposit their
Indonesia,
money
mereka ingin menjadi
to us,
pengusaha
and
didampingi
they
lewat
said they wanted to
MSMEs.
go back to Indonesia and they want to be a business owner.
La yugairu ma biqaumin hatta yugairu ma bi anfusihim. Tidak berubah nasib satu kaum kalau
One
dia tidak
faith
merubah dari
will
dirinya
not
sendiri.
change
Kurang lebihnya mohon
unless
maaf.
they
Billahi taufiq wal hidayah.
do
Assalamualaikum
hard work.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Ibu Mursida
Terima
Ramil, for
kasih
the
Ibu Mursida
fascinating session.
untuk
On the next agenda, we will have a special panel that will showcase best practice in empowering women micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs through financing, and especially highlighting the role of Islamic social in the incubation and development process.
We invite you to join the discussion by submitting your comments, thoughts, and questions using the link fiscal.id/AIFC. The panelists will then address them during the Q&A session. Please state your name, institution, and to whom the question is addressed, followed by your question. Participants who attend the mezzanine hall are also invited to ask the panelists questions directly in the discussion session, which will be led by the moderator.
This session will be moderated by the Director of the SME Center, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia, Mrs. Zahra Kamalanindita Murad. She has many professional experiences, such as a research fellow in the Department of Econometrics and Business, Monash Business School, Monash University. Currently, she is a lecturer and the director of the SME Center, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia.
Without further ado, we'd like to hand this session over to Mrs. Zahra Kamalanindita Murad to lead the discussion. Mrs. Zahra Kamalanindita Murad, you may have the floor.
Distinguished speakers and participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all of you and good afternoon to those in the different time zone. First of all, my name is Zahra Kamalanindita Murad. I'm the director of SME Center, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Indonesia. I'm very excited to be your moderator for the special session of the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference. This panel raises the topic of Islamic social fund role in women empowerment, advancing women SMEs through Wakaf Fund and Islamic commercial finance. This special session is also the prelude and warming up discussion to welcome the Khadijah program in Indonesia, initiated by the Islamic Development Bank and will be supported by CANEX, Ministry of Finance, Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs, and relevant governmental institutions, as well as the Islamic financial institutions. We actually have quite limited time today, because we're going to have Juma prayer soon. So basically, this session offers speakers experience in making policy and delivering research on women small, medium enterprises empowerment and the role of Islamic commercial finance as well as Islamic social finance through Wakaf Fund to support the program. Today, we are very fortunate to have several prominent speakers with diverse skills, ranging from policymakers, bankers, and researchers in this special panel session. We actually have the first speaker, Mrs. Siti Azizah or Ibu Azizah. She is the Deputy for Entrepreneurship, Ministry of Cooperative and SMEs. Ibu Azizah holds a master degree in marketing at Prasetya Mulia University, Indonesia. She will share her experience in Indonesian government policy, formulating to transforming the woman entrepreneur empowerment policy and advancing inclusive economic growth. Ibu Aziza, if you may, please come to the stage. Now, our second speaker is Ms. Nigat Tanvir. She's from Pakistan, and she is the Director of Islamic Banking Development in the State Bank of Pakistan. Ms. Nigat holds MBA from Institute of Business Administration, Karachi, and she also holds Chartered Islamic Finance Professional degree with distinction from International Center for Education in Islamic Finance in Malaysia. She will share his professional working experience in the State Bank of Pakistan on how Pakistan works with Islamic financial institutions to support women's financial inclusion and sharing experience in development of Islamic products and special initiatives supporting women SMEs. Ms. Nigat, please, if you may. And last but not least is actually our third speaker, Dr. Turkan Ali Abdul Manap from the Islamic Development Bank Institute. He is currently Senior Research Economist in the ISDB Institute at Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. He will share his knowledge and thinking as well as the ISDB research on topic of Islamic Finance for Women program and why there is a need for the program and whether there is a capacity in the areas, and what needs to be developed from both the demand and supply side to meet the needs of the women entrepreneurs. Please, Mr. Turkan, come to the stage. So again, because we do have very limited time towards the Jummah prayer, which is on 11:30, so we will try our best, to actually discuss various topics only until 11:30. So I will give each of the panelists a maximum of 10 minutes to deliver a brief presentation, and we're going to follow it by a question and answer session that you can use the Slido that already discussed before and also in the chat room. In mentioning the question, please provide your name, your institution, and the question that you directed it to. So, without further ado, I'm giving the floor to our first speaker, Ibu Aziza. The time and screen is yours, Bu.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The honorable speakers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. So let me try to give you a brief on what is the program policy is currently having in our Minister of Cooperative and SMEs. And of course, we are also will cover on the women side, which is we have actually several programs for women SMEs. So today we are looking at how we build the impactful women's empowerment development pathway. I think I will stand up. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, women in Indonesia, entrepreneur in Indonesia is quite huge. So we have about 64% between the SMEs is led and owned by women. If you look at the structure, we are currently having about 64 million UMKM or MSMEs, which is most of the population are in the micro side. So micro entrepreneur is with a capital below than 1 billion rupiah, and then turnover is about 2 billion. So up to, after the micro, we do have some entrepreneurs or UMKM on the small, medium, and large corporation. So actually, based looking at the structure, about 99.9% of the entrepreneur are in the micro size. So again, look at the women owned and led entrepreneurs or companies, 64% is very huge number. And 60% out of it, they are also contribute to the country GDPs. And if you look at the most sector, As we all know, as we all see, that women, 41% in the F&B. So it's very women, it's very natural of women. And 18% in fashion, and then 15% in the handicraft. So this is the figure show you what is the population of women entrepreneurs. And 54% actually, they are experiencing income increase after adopting digital the payment. So this is the most important one. So 55% is more than half. They are already adopting the digital payments, and it shows that the income is increasing. Next slide, please. If we look at the challenges, a lot actually for women entrepreneurs that this is currently facing not just in the big city, but also the overall Indonesia. So one is gender role bias. So limited access to finance. So this is also happening and facing by women entrepreneurs. Not to mention also underrepresented in many sectors like technology, digital, and then the high tech and everything, and minimum access to market and network. So this is why, because we do have double burden. So women is we always starting late because the business started to support the family needs. So as we all know that we also have a double position here, double. We are actor as in the house as a housewife, and we also to be a business owner. And secondly is women are still expected to take care of the family while they also need to managing business. So for us, we also need to work. So it's similar position. So the third one, the challenges is a lack of program which is dedicated for women. We're experiencing a lot of feedback. We experience a lot of input from through all the women entrepreneurs in Indonesia that very limited access to business skill development services and low digital literacy and the confidence gap. So all these challenges that we are facing now, or women entrepreneurs facing now, we do have some killing program. We already started from last 2 years or to 2021. Next slide. So if we look at this one, what is the framework of the policy actually we are currently having in Indonesia? One is a law number 11, 2020 about job creation. Number 2 is government regulation number 7, 2021. This is on the ease, protection, and empowerment of cooperative and SMEs. And the third one is presidential regulation number 2, 2022. This is actually one of the regulations saying that we have to also focus on the women entrepreneurs. So the goal is actually to develop the women entrepreneurs on how they can enhance themselves to contribute also to the welfare and economic growth. The criteria of it is owned and managed at least one business, which is already registered, and then at least having 51% ownership of the business itself. So this is the criteria of women entrepreneurs that under regulation, President regulation number 2, 2022. So if we are talking about this regulation, we will cover, or it will cover three sectors, three main sectors, which is coordination and collaboration between ourselves, between all the ministry and all the government, local government. And then we are also having innovation and added value terms, and also the continuity. If we are talking today, we do have the target of entrepreneurship ratio. We are currently at 3.35, and hopefully we can close this year by 3.95 as targeted by President Joko Widodo. Next slide. Okay, so this is will cover all the program we are currently have in the Ministry of Cooperative and SMEs, which is we aim that we can develop the national entrepreneurship. Of course, women is part of it, and but we aim also to strengthen, to continue growing the entrepreneurship business ecosystem. I will cover later on in detail, and we are targeting on acceleration in the growth of new entrepreneurs. So if we are talking about the ecosystem itself, so actually we have three big segments. One is incubation. What is incubation? So as mentioned earlier that we have a lot of early stage startup or early stage entrepreneurs, which is women is part of it again, which is they are still questioning how to develop the business, how to make the business bigger, and then how to maybe we can enter the bigger market. So we do have 5 to 6 months program. We are collaborating with several universities throughout Indonesia to give them incubation, to give them 5, 6 months, not just mentoring, but also coaching and very intensive mentoring. And the second one is mentorship. This is purely, this program, purely giving consultation and then mentoring to the curated entrepreneurs. Of course, women is part of it also, including in this program. And we do have about 3 to 4 months program, starting to develop the ideas. Maybe you are having ideas to be entrepreneurs, but you don't know how to do it. So we do coaching, we do mentoring with some expert. Or maybe you are in the stage of, I do have a business, but I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to run it. Again, we can give you a consultation. So basically the difference between incubation and this entrepreneur development is incubation, we are working with university. So you will be there for 5, 6 months. You will get very intensive coaching. On the entrepreneur development, we are having expert. So you will talk directly, we do consultation directly with the experts. And the third one, last but not least, is the most important one. They always saying that, okay, my business is already growing. I do have a lot of market, but now I do need some investment. So that's because of that, we are having a one-step program, which is we are giving access to all the entrepreneurs on this stage with the financial company, non-bank. So we do have a lot of tools. We have, as mentioned by Ibu Sri this morning, Sukuk and so on. We also have security crowdfunding. We also have some VC working with us to give investment, to give the investment to all the entrepreneurs who need it. And we also have angel investor and all the tools on the non-bank financial companies. So this is basically to strengthen the entrepreneurs to develop their business, to grow their business. So on the supporting function, we also have several programs. We are currently having a lot of e-hub, entrepreneur hub throughout Indonesia. So actually we do have a very intensive program in 3 days. So meet with the expert, meet with the successful entrepreneurs. So they will give a lot of insight on how we can manage the business. So I think this is will be my last slide. So again, for all who are interested here, physically here or online, who are want to know about the EFF or Entrepreneur Financial Fiesta financing scheme. So in the overall, we are looking at how we can give you coaching on financial part. And at the end, how can we give you access to the non-banking or banking institutions to get the funding, to get the investment. So I think this is all from us. We are welcome to any questions. So again, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Ibu Aziza, for your very insightful presentation. There are several key takeaways that I can note from your presentation. First of all, of course, we acknowledge that there are still challenges for women entrepreneurs and SME to actually improve themselves and to scale up. And we know that from what Bu Aziza mentioned before, the government promotes the entrepreneur development as a cycle in a collaborative system through collaborative action by having programs in the areas of incubation, mentorship, and also finance. So if I can actually ask questions to the audience, because I've got the information that Bu Aziza actually have to go to another city because of the assignment from the ministry. So at this moment, I'm going to open a discussion session, maybe only for Bu Aziza first. If there's any question from the floor. Yes, one here from Bu Christiana, yes. Can I have the mic for Bu Christiana?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Looking at the very heavy kind of like representation of entrepreneurship at the micro level, maybe can you share what are some things that can be done in country to help them advance or to upgrade to the next stage to become a micro and ultra to SMEs?
Okay, thank you for the question. So actually, if we look at the 99.9% of the population of the MSMEs in Indonesia, basically they are still, most of them still informal sector. So our big homework is, to bring them to the formal sector. Because when they are becoming formal, then, we can give a lot of programs to them. It doesn't mean that informal, we are not taking care of them. But, the special program will goes to the formal one. That's one. The second one is we learn that in terms of their capability, they are still lack of a lot of information, a lot of knowledge. So just simply saying about digital. So digitalization is becoming our homework because today only half of them having the attachment, having the relationship or, having the process on digitalization. So for example, the very easy one, they can go to market themselves in, say, marketplace. That's very easy one for us. They can also having the CRIS as a payment or, the cashless payment. So digitalization is becoming our homework to give them and bring them to the next level. The third one that we see is they also need a lot of knowledge on how they can manage their business well. So this, the third one, we are having 3 programs, as I mentioned before, that we do have the mentoring, coaching for them, so they can go with us and they can call us. We will give them a special expert, special consultant. So I hope that's answer my question.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much, Bu Aziza, for answering the question. And again, because of very, very limited time, and Bu Aziza needs to actually leave the premises because of other engagement, we can give a round of applause for Bu Aziza.
Okay, my last thank you for this forum. So I know it's a big hope that the Ibu Sri Mulyani delivered this morning, and I believe this forum can bring a lot of success. So again, thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, now we're going to carry on to the next topic. I welcome Ms. Nigat to give her presentation.
Assalamualaikum. First of all, I would like to thank Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia, and Islamic Development Bank for inviting State Bank of Pakistan to come over here and share some of the thoughts regarding what we are doing on women entrepreneurship and what State Bank's policy and initiatives are. So I'll move to the next slide. As you know that entrepreneurship brings innovation, employment, competition, and social changes, and last but not least, wealth distribution. And when it is blended with inclusiveness of male and female participation in the financial sector, that brings development in the economy. And State Bank of Pakistan, like any other central bank, accept these fundamentals and the benefit to macroeconomic development and treat women participation as true business case. And I would like to show some of the facts about Pakistan. And as I can see that many of the young people are in the audience, in Pakistan, we have around 75% to 80% who are young people. So this fact you have to remember, because I'll correlate this in the next couple of slides. And the financial sector of Pakistan is regulated by State Bank of Pakistan from the banking side and microfinance side, while the Securities and Exchange Commission takes care of the non-banking financial sector, capital market, and Mudareba section. And I'll be also mentioning some facts about Islamic finance, and then I'll try to bring them together in the context of women entrepreneurship. And Islamic finance is about quarter of the banking sector, and we are offering wide variety of financing products based on various modes of Islamic finance. And State Bank of Pakistan is very much aware of the importance of technology, and our payment system is fully geared with technology. We have this RAST system for instant payment system, very owned and developed by State Bank of Pakistan. And we have the RTGS, which we call PRISM, and we have electronic money institutions like we have payment system operators. So this is one of the slides that is showing that. Apart from that, I'll also mentioning how the young people, all male and female, they are using the new technology for interaction. And you could see that in last couple of years, the people have moved to digital mode of payment, and that is particularly the youth of Pakistan. So, and in 1 year, you could see the change that how branchless banking, mobile banking, and internet banking is taking care of all the financial needs. So the trend is towards digitalization, towards use of new technology by the population of Pakistan. And the current state of financial inclusion in Pakistan, that we have 143 million adult population, and we are next to Indonesia as far as the population is concerned. And then the bank account, which is one of the indicators of financial inclusion, we could see that ladies are, or the female are, half of what male members having bank account. And right now, our financial inclusion level is 64%, and there is a gender gap of 34. And for that matter, financial inclusion is at top of the agenda. That is why State Bank of Pakistan already introduced 2 national financial inclusion strategies, and the result is that we have reached to this 64% financial inclusion level and 34% gender gap. And right now we are working on the 3rd national financial inclusion strategy, and inshallah we will trying to increase the level of financial inclusion to 75%, and at the same time will bring the gender gap to 25%. And I think my earlier speaker, she has already mentioned about some of the barriers which are equally applicable to Pakistan. And again, the women are 25% of the workforce, but their inclusion is not that much. For that matter, what we have done, that State Bank has used four-pronged strategy. And number one is banking on equality. How to use this one? No, for this banking on equality, I wanted to show some details. In case of this banking on equality, I mean, if I have to take the pointer to banking on equality, this is the, yeah, and if I have to click on this, how to? Because in banking on equality, this is the one of the leading mainstream first gender policy by State Bank of Pakistan. And can someone help me to show you some of the pillars of this banking on equality? Because there are 5 pillars of this banking on equality policy. First one is to enhance the inclusion of women up to 20% in all the financial sector. Likewise, all the products of the banks should have women-centric approach. Similarly, there must be women champion and women-sensitive training to all the staffs and gender segregated data. And all these items will be monitored by the senior officials and is taken care of by this policy forum headed by the governors of State Bank of Pakistan. And the importance of this policy is that this is not only the first policy by State Bank, but Securities of Exchange Commission of Pakistan and other regulatory bodies just like the tax agency and telecommunication agency, they have also introduced similar policies. And now every institution has gender equality policy. So some of the facts are mentioned over here. I'll take you to now every bank is bringing new products, marketing to female, and then developing the infrastructure. What we did is that we provided very easy facility to female to use simple mobile phone, a 4-digit phone, to open an account. Likewise, we have given them the opportunity to use internet or smartphone to open the account, which is being used by the women who are working at home and who are not able to reach the banks. And likewise, to enhance women entrepreneurship, what we did is that State Bank of Pakistan introduced many new policies to provide financing to female. And some of the schemes are given over here. And the rate of finance is quite low as compared to the other policies. And in every policy, there is certain portion or certain percentage which must be given to female. And while doing so, and all these things are available in Sharia compliant. And the fourth approach is enhancing financial literacy and awareness. And that is being done at all the level. And even at the school level, likewise for women and children, so that people should not only learn when they are at grown-up stage, rather they should be learning it from the very beginning, and they should not rely on obtaining or achieving job. Rather, they should learn how to do business. And as all of us know that the Islamic values, tijara, has been emphasized by Islam, and our first Ummul Mumineen, Khadijah Raziallah Anhu, the wife of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. She herself was a business lady, and with her courage, determination, and commitment, she helped the Prophet with her mal when no one else was there to help him. And that is the thing, that is the role model for all of us, for you, for me, and the ladies who are working. And again, the last but not the least is that there is an SME policy by the government of Pakistan. But what we observe that women are not given the importance or due attention. That is why now the government is coming up with the new National Women Entrepreneurship Policy, and that is at its final stage. So with this, I would like to thank you and would be welcoming you for your question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Nigat. A very, very thorough presentation. I'm just going to give like a very quick summary for your presentation, just quick takeaways. So we know that from in Pakistan, we do have trends towards digitalization, and from the State Bank of Pakistan, they provide the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, which basically support in the banking on quality, development of financial service infrastructure, enhancing women empowerment, and also financial literacy. So with that, because again, we have very limited time, I'm actually going to continue to Mr. Turkan. Please, Mr. Turkan, with your presentation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. To those who are here and to those online, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ajma'in. And it's a great honor and pleasure to be here to represent the ISTBI to make small presentation here. Because according to the moderator, I only have 5 minutes or 3 minutes to go now. So luckily, I'm the last person, so I can leverage on the presentation done by our previous two presenters, because they have done almost all my job to here. So I can quickly go through my slide so we can finish our job. Huh? Okay. As our previous presenter said, okay, the woman actually played a critical role in the economy and of course in the family life. And our the wife of our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Khadijah Raziallahu Anha, actually a model and inspiration to all the women. Am I right? So, and of course in the Quran, in here and there, actually pointed out, okay, the importance of the woman, okay, because women have the equal right and equal share in the economy, production or consumption, or any aspects of economics. So that's why, so empowerment or encourage woman entrepreneur actually is not only a matter of Indonesia, of course, it's a matter for the whole Muslim world. Because Indonesia, actually what I can see, you are, mashallah, is very lucky because no, Indonesia is very, in terms of mindset, okay, there are much more women entrepreneur compared to many countries, actually. So because, especially like Malaysia, Indonesia, women are very active and dynamic in many aspects, okay? So here I just want to mention about the Khadijah program. Why? Because ISTB, in collaboration with the OGK and other relevant authorities in Indonesia, actually we want to promote the Khadijah program in Indonesia as an initial startup and pilot program. And the ISTBI, from the ISTBI, we are actually what, a funding member of this program. So basically, actually what, so let me just go through then. explain a little bit more on this. And of course, the capacity development, and we mentioned, okay, whether we are promoting the woman empowerment or woman entrepreneur. So the first and basic question is, what they need, okay? So from the demand side, because as a woman entrepreneur, woman empowerment program, you must give them the resources, the skills, and so that they can they have the ability to perform the function or solve the problem or achieve what they want to achieve. So that's why, so we need create a kind ecosystem, a kind of mechanism for them to acquire such skills and to compete and to be confident in performing or in achieving the objectives. So that's why the Khadijah Award about Women Entrepreneur Program focus on the capacity building through the technical workshops and the knowledge exchange, specifically designed to boost what? Women financial inclusion in Indonesia. This is initial steps. Of course, the whole program, they have few series of steps from digital inclusion, from this technical workshop, and also on the mentorship, and also on the financial inclusion, and also on the Islamic finance literacy education kind of series of activities try to empower the women, and by this way to create more women entrepreneurs. So that's why from our Prophet Muhammad said that what it's best for one of you to take a rope and bring a bundle of firewood on his back and sell it, rather than asking from someone. So it means what? We encourage the business, we encourage, as Islam encourage what? Entrepreneur, rather than depend on someone else. Okay, and of course, I don't want to discuss more on this because our previous, what we call presenter have discussed so much on this. So I think that I just want to share about the culture barriers because I have traveled for many, many countries. I still can see our sisters in Indonesia are quite lucky. I have seen many, many, many women who have acquired PhD, master, bachelor in different fields. For example, what? In medical, in physics, in mathematics, in chemical, of course, in architecture. But unfortunately, what? After they get married, they stay home forever. So it means what? Those resources are actually what? Are not utilized and wasted. So if there's a kind of mechanism or ecosystem or supporting environment can make them to utilize the skills, the knowledge, I'm sure this will contribute a lot to the economic development and of course for family life also. Okay. So of course, why we need the Khadijah program? Because we want to utilize this program as a platform using Islamic finance as a solution to create fertilizer and also fostering the system to encourage women entrepreneurs. Because we already mentioned yesterday and today, Islamic finance, they have a few advantages compared to the what we call a conventional Islamic finance. For example, they are ethically or inclusive. That's why they are not only what we call profit-minded. By letter or by spirit, Islamic finance should be more ethical and more inclusive. So that's why we're supposed to use the Islamic finance tools like zakat and waqaf, and of course as other murabaha, musharaka kind of model to make the Islamic finance more accessible to the women, so that they can start up, they can run the business. Okay, that's why I see in the Khadijah program, there's one key thing I want to emphasize, which is a gender-sensitive approach. Okay, so far, most of the banks, they don't care whether you are woman or male or female. The products, the approach is same. The Khadijah program actually they try to want to make sure through collecting data on the gender disaggregate data, try to understand the unique characteristics, demand, and approach of what female sector of society, then using this output, try to design, develop gender-sensitive Islamic financial product which is tailored to women needs or women or female entrepreneur needs. So that's the reason why this is what Khadijah program actually in the place. Okay, that's why the data collection supporting from different institute, from different what is organization is very important. Sorry, but of course, another important thing was mentorship and what continuous support from the different organizations on the female is very important. So this one we need not only from the ISTB, we are not only from the OGK, we also want the Islamic financial organization like banks. We be part of this one, the holistic system or ecosystem. Okay, that's why I see what we need a collaborative approach. We need a policy framework. We also need what make sure the women, the females, they have access to the finance. They also have a legal protection. So this all actually what we consider as a ecosystem to promote the female entrepreneurs. Okay, of course this is we have done yesterday. That's why see what the last and not least I want to see make sure that's what the key to empowerment. So we need you, me, and all the what everybody involved. Okay, of course from family side the husband have to understand the wife. From the society side, for the what we call the culture must be what we call what adjusted or adapted, and of course from the policymaker we also have to make a female-friendly policy to encourage, to support, and also to involve what Islamic banks or institutions to come out with a female-sensitive or what gender-sensitive products to support the female entrepreneurs. By this way, I think I can finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Turkan, for the very insightful presentation. And again, just several key points that I can take from the presentation is about the importance of women in economic development and also the importance of capacity development, especially Islamic finance as a solution and the Islamic finance mechanism through the capacity building using the gender-sensitive approach, the training activities, and also the usage of data collection. So, for now, we're actually entering the question and answer session because we already have the question from the floor before. Now I'm going to continue with the question from Slido. And here we have a question from Pak Ramadan. This is directed to Ms. Nigat. The question is, how do you encourage women SMEs in Pakistan to digitalization, since it is pretty challenging to tackle the issue of digital divide and also gender gaps? Yes, if you may.
Yes, I think the question is very important, as the use of technology to enhance that in the women. What we have done is that banks and educational institutions, they have to come up out of their normal course. Now they have to impart training to female. That is why in various of the institutions, we have started women entrepreneurship program. We wanted a strategic collaboration between the service provider, i.e. the banking service provider, and the educational institutions, so that in every city or in every big business center or small, women should have access how to learn about use of technology. As you have seen that particularly the youth, they are quite tech savvy. And what we have observed is the young people, they are helping their mothers, their sister to learn that. So, I mean, this is a collective approach, bringing the whole family together. That is why we are working on one bank, one entrepreneurship center, so that they should reach the ultimate user, i.e. the women of Pakistan, because the COVID has proved, I mean, I would like to mention over here that we have seen the disaster or the economic price different countries has paid, and we have lost many near and dear friends and family member in COVID. But one positive result is that now old and new, young and educated or uneducated, they learn that technology is the solution to move forward. And Pakistani women, Pakistani youth, they are familiar, and we are working on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nigat. And also there is another question. This is actually from, okay. Do we still have time for another question? Can we see it in from the Slido, please? Yes, this question is from anonymous to Mr. Turkan Ali. The question is, please elaborate more about how Khadijah program can uplift women entrepreneur across the nations.
Thank you for this question. Actually, our thought is actually like this, because first we start with Indonesia as a pilot program. So from here we study and we get the experience. And of course, different country, different nations, they have their own cultures, they have their own custom. And what we works in Indonesia does not mean it works in other countries, because even maybe they are all Muslim, but Muslim countries, but even in different Muslim countries, they also have different culture and what culture background, which can be barrier for the woman to become entrepreneur. So that's why what we learn from the Indonesia is only some kind of input. And of course, for another nation, we have to use another tailored, what we call a program. But I think the experience learned from Indonesia is one of the biggest contribution to the success to other nations. And of course, we can use a different platform. For example, I just give one example. Okay, the religious leader can play a very important role in these cases. For example, in certain culture, what the imam say is very important to the society. So if the imam in the mosque, if they say, okay, using the Quran or Hadith to educate the ummah, okay, so that's encourage using our Prophet's wife, Khadijah anha, as the inspiration, as a model. I think people can listen to it. And of course, that imam also can have a kind of financial literature kind of education, because this model is what? Very important. And Indonesia may be a different case, but other countries different case. That's why in different nations we use a different approach. More or less similar, but tailored to the local culture and local context. That's all. Thank you from me.
Thank you, Mr. Turkan. Okay, now I believe our time is up for the question and answer session. Thank you for all the active participation for all participants from the floor and also from Slido. So the key takeaways that I noted from this session that we can hear from the 4 speakers, including Ibu Rambe, we discussed about their various challenges for the women entrepreneurs faced that is actually quite similar from Indonesia to Pakistan and also developing countries mentioned by Mr. Turkan. But of course, we can see the trend in Pakistan and also in Indonesia, how digitalization actually helped this woman entrepreneurship. And I believe with the Khadijah program, with the very first program in capacity development, we actually can improve women entrepreneurship. We can improve women empowerment because it is actually very important, the participation of women for the development of a country. So with that, I conclude the sessions. And before closing the session, I would like to give the opportunity to Ms. Nigat and also Mr. Turkan to deliver their closing statements.
Yeah, I would like to mention that women entrepreneurship, inclusion of female in the financial sector is again at the top agenda of State Bank of Pakistan. Likewise, it's the priority of the government of Pakistan, and the values of Islamic finance are fully blended because they preach risk sharing and then wealth distribution, equity, disclosure, and all these are very much part of our next financial inclusion strategy. And we hope that in the time to come, you will see more and more better result. And inshallah, the women will continue the participation in the economy. And I would also like to mention that Pakistan is at the crossroad where we are going to introduce the transformation of the banking sector into Sharia compliant banking sector. Right now we are almost 1/5, and we will be reaching to the next level, and State Bank is working very much on that. And in the Sharia compliant banking, role of women is very, very important. And in the end, I would like to thank the organizer for giving the opportunity to share State Bank's view on women entrepreneurship. Thank you so much.
I just want to say, if this ceiling, they have two pillars. One pillar must be man, one pillar must be woman. If one of the pillars not working, the ceiling will not work. That's why the woman is very important. Let's let them shine. Let them play the role, follow the Islamic teaching and what we call Islamic teaching, and also our role model. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you again, Ms. Nigat and also Mr. Turkan. And also thank you everyone. I conclude this panel with sincere thanks and gratitude to all our presenters and participants who have actively participated in this session. Now I'm going to give back the floor to the MC of today's seminar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Zahra and all the panelists. We'd like to invite you all to take a picture together. And also we'd like to invite Mrs. Mursida Rambe to join the moderator and the panelists here. Okay, thank you panelists, Chair and Mrs. Mursida Rambe. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the third panel session, it is time to take a break. You may have your lunch and Friday prayer. Lunch will be served in the designated dining area, which is located in front of this hall. Please make your way there at your convenience. Friday prayer facilities are available at Al Amin Mosque. We kindly remind you to convene back in the conference hall by 1:30 p.m. Jakarta time, as the next session will begin promptly.
We would like to remind you once again to share your feedback using the link available on the screen right now. Participants who complete the feedback form will be eligible for a certificate of attendance and will be able to download all conference materials. Enjoy the break
and see you again.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the next session will begin promptly, we would like to ask you to please take the seats that is still empty on the front rows of the conference hall, as the next session will begin shortly. Thank you. Dah. Ini kelupaan. Good afternoon and welcome back to the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference, Islamic Public Finance Role and Optimization, Exploring and Harnessing Potentials and Innovation in Islamic Public Finance Management for Economic Development.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the next agenda, we will listen to Islamic Public Finance and Fiscal Policy, Managing Revenue, Financing, and Spending on Makoshit Sharia Perspective to Create Economic Impact, which will be delivered by the Vice President of Islamic Development Bank, Mr. Zamir Iqbal.
Mr. Zamir Iqbal earned his PhD in International Finance from the George Washington University and served as professional faculty at George Washington University and Carey Business School of Johns Hopkins University. Islamic finance has been his research focus, and he has co-authored several articles and books on it. Currently, he is Vice President, Finance and Chief Financial Officer, the Islamic Development Bank.
Please join me in welcoming Mr. Zamir Iqbal.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable guests, esteemed scholars, and fellow participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah barakatuhu. At the outset, I extend my gratitude to the organizers for the invitation to speak at the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference. It is an honor to be here among distinguished scholars and practitioners. The conference theme, Islamic Finance, Public Finance and Public Policy, Managing Revenue, Financing and Spending on Maqasid al-Sharia Perspective to Create Economic Impact is very timely and particularly relevant in the face of debt sustainability challenges in the global south. While I have been trusted with covering a wide range of topics, it would be challenging to address them comprehensively in a very short period of time. Therefore, I will briefly touch upon each topic, aiming to provide foundational insights and stimulate further exploration and the development. Fiscal policy, as you know, is the use of government spending and taxation to influence the economy. The objectives of the fiscal policy is in an Islamic economy are not fundamentally different than conventional. It is the ideologically orientation that distinguishes Islamic fiscal policy from other approaches. The Islamic perspective emphasizes the importance of promoting Islamic values and ensuring equitable distribution of wealth, as well as financial and social inclusion. The role of fiscal policy in Islamic economy has been subject of extensive debate among scholars. While there is a general consensus on the core functions of an Islamic state, such as defending its territory, safeguarding religious beliefs, ensuring basic needs are met, and maintaining law and order. The extent to which the government should rely on taxation to manage its fiscal affairs is a matter of ongoing discussion. Islamic fiscal policy instruments, while theoretically proposed as a viable alternative within the Islamic economic framework, have not yet been fully operationalized. These instruments aim to align financial transactions with the Islamic principles such as avoiding interest-based transactions or riba and engaging in ethical and socially responsible investments. Now, historically, Islamic scholars have advocated for a limited role of taxation, emphasizing other instruments of Islamic social finance, such as zakah and others, as the primary source of revenues. While conceptual models and theoretical discussions have been developed, practical implementations of these instruments in the real world economic system remains a subject of ongoing research and debate. The question that arises here, how Islamic fiscal policy works. So let me start with two possible areas with fiscal policy interventions are required due to their nature, purpose, and the funding sources. So any fiscal policy has to focus on two things. One is the capital expenditure, which is probably primarily focusing on enhancing the productive capacity of the economy through investments in the infrastructure, development projects, which can lead to the long-term economic growth. And these capital expenditure could be in different sectors. These could be in the education sector, environment, healthcare, and many others. Second major component is a current expenditure, which aims at providing immediate services and maintaining the function of day-to-day government operations. These are essential for the daily functioning of public services. So let's first look at the fiscal policy tools for current expenditures and what has been proposed by different Islamic scholars. And the current expenditures, while they are necessary for maintaining public services, they do not directly contribute to the long-term economic growth. They are essentially for running day-to-day business, social safety nets, and stability and immediate welfare. For a Muslim economy, social safety net and the welfare are primarily expected to be funded through Islamic redistributive instruments such as zakah, sadaqat, waqf, qard al-hasan, and others known as Islamic social finance, provided these could cover all the needs of a given economy or a country. Zakat as one of the key pillar of Islam plays a crucial role in Islamic social security system. It serves as as an income redistribution mechanism. The funds collected through zakah can be used to cover the basic living cost of the deprived ones, the unprivileged, and ensuring that essential needs such as food, shelter, and healthcare are provided. This aligns with the Islamic principle of social justice, and zakah can also be used as a stabilizing device. However, the effectiveness of zakah in addressing poverty and inequality depends on the extent of income inequality in a society. In some cases, additional fiscal policy instruments such as progressive taxation may be necessary to achieve desired outcome. While zakah is part of a broader budgetary system, it is important to maintain separate accounts for zakah funds to ensure their use specifically for their intended purposes, such as welfare and social services. Now, it may be correctly argued that zakah is the most important fiscal and redistributive mechanism of an Islamic economy. However, the allocation function of Islamic economy may also require an appropriately devised tax system. While redistributive instruments could address the social welfare, taxes could be imposed to cover the cost of government operations and services that are not directly related to the welfare. This includes expenditures on defense, public safety, and the administrative functions. Here, we need to understand that taxes are necessary for funding various government services and public goods that the market may fail to provide, such as education, healthcare, infrastructure, and security. This is essential for maintaining law and order and ensuring the overall functioning of the society. Therefore, the contemporary scholars have argued for a more active role of taxation to promote social justice and economic growth. This shift in perspective reflects the evolving needs and challenges faced by Islamic societies in the modern world. Essentially, taxes support the Maqasid al-Sharia, which include the preservation of religion, life, intellect, lineage, and property. This ensures that the government spending aligns with the Islamic values and contributes to the overall well-being of the society. Therefore, the economic well-being of any Muslim economy requires a judicious use of taxation policy towards with other regulatory measures to ensure stabilization in the economy. In modern economies, the limitation of taxation as a sole revenue source often necessitates borrowing to fund essential needs. There are two examples that has been discussed in the literature. Some of them has been experimented in the past. For example, some of them were actively used during the Ottomans' time, whereas others have been done in other circumstances. First, for example, one of them is voucher-based fundraising approach for public procurement. Under this approach, vouchers are used as a payment mechanism, allowing suppliers, and contractors to be paid at a later date. This can streamline procurement process by eliminating the need for upfront cash payments, reducing the potential of any corruption, and improving overall efficiency. Additionally, vouchers can be used to target specific government projects or sectors that are deemed critical for economic development, ensuring that funds are allocated effectively to achieve desired outcomes. The second one is the future taxation vouchers. These vouchers are essentially promissory notes issued by the government promising to pay a certain amount of tax revenues in the future. These vouchers can provide a source of immediate funding for government projects without increasing current tax burden. This can be particularly useful during the economic downturns and when there's a need for urgent public investments. There is also discussion among the scholars that the Muslim economies can provide financing by printing money. The proponents of using money printing for public good development argue that it can be temporary measures to finance essential projects that would otherwise be delayed due to the lack of funds. They emphasize that the goal is to create long-term assets which will benefit the public, justifying the short-term inflationary risks. However, others believe that printing money have the potential for excessive monetary expansion, which can lead to inflation. When too much money is in circulation, it can devalue the currency and makes goods and services more expensive. In short, together, Islamic social finance instruments and taxes create a comprehensive fiscal framework that addresses both immediate social needs as well as the broader economic objectives. While the Islamic social finance, such as zakah, focuses on welfare and distribution, taxes provide the necessary funding for public services and infrastructure projects. So now let's kind of focus on the second tool of fiscal policy, that is the capital expenditure. Now, capital expenditures are the investments which are large in scale and in the long-term assets that are expected to provide the benefit over multiple years and often requires substantial capital investments. These could be, again, building the infrastructure, train, rail, transportation, and many heavy capital-intensive projects. Now, how do you fund these? These can be financed through Islamic financing instruments like Sukuk, which are linked to the real economic activities. This approach ensures that the funding is tied to the tangible projects rather than relying solely on the tax revenues or access the necessary capital without incurring excess debt. Now, the structure of Sukuk promotes risk sharing between investors and the project developers. Investors receive returns based on the performance of underlying asset or project, which aligns this interest with the success of the infrastructure development. This risk-sharing mechanism is a fundamental principle or the feature of Islamic finance. Given that many countries face significant infrastructure financing gap, the issuance of Sukuk could help fill these gaps by mobilizing private sector investment and providing an alternative source for funding of public projects and contribute to economic development by creating jobs and enhancing productivity. Improved infrastructure can lead to increased economic activity, attracting further investments and fostering economic growth. Now, countries like Indonesia, Pakistan, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, and Sudan have successfully issued domestic sukuk to fund various government projects, including infrastructure. An interesting example from Indonesia, where the government of Indonesia successfully issued its inaugural cash work link sukuk CWLS, raising about 50 billion Indonesian rupee, which is a modest 3.5 million US dollar. Offers a 5-year tenure with a 5% annual return for healthcare facilities and services. Now, issuance of these cash works marks a significant milestone in Indonesia's efforts to promote Islamic finance and sustainable development. In this particular instrument, donors provide cash to the work for social purposes. The work manager invests the sovereign sukuk for public projects. The government use these funds to build facilities, and the manager receives return and the principal. In temporary cash work, the principal is returned to the provider. In permanent cash work, it can be used for other projects. Now, the benefit of this cash work to the government is the low cost of financing for providing essential funding for social safety nets like education and health. In addition to the cash work, the government may explore some prominent scholars such as Professor Chapra has proposed other different solutions for funding financing gap. One of them is an interest-free borrowing from commercial banks. The governments could borrow from the commercial banks at the interest-free rates up to a certain proportion of their interest-free demand deposits. Another one is borrowing them from the central bank. The central bank would provide interest-free loans to the government for development purposes. However, this option must be exercised with caution to maintain monetary stability. While borrowing from the central bank may be permissible from an Islamic perspective, it is crucial to avoid excessive borrowing that could destabilize the economy. Now, returning to our discussion of fiscal policy and Islamic public finance, I will emphasize a few key points that can promote the maintaining of Islamic finance for public funding. Harnessing the potential of Islamic social finance is crucial for addressing poverty as a social safety net. Research demonstrates its potential, but the real world evidence is lacking, particularly where the government plays a leading role in collection and distribution of some of the funds associated with Islamic social finance. This underscores a lack of public trust in the government's ability to manage funds like zakah. To restore trust, government must adopt transparent and clear policies and mechanisms with a strong governance and institutions to ensure that zakat is distributed according to the Islamic principles. This is very important because although many Muslim societies have been over the years relying on zakat to provide social safety. However, their confidence and trust in the government in providing these services in a transparent fashion has been always been in deficit. Therefore, the government needs to restore that trust, make sure that there are strong institutions and there's transparency and governance are very robust. These are essential for not only for Islamic social finance, but these are also equally important for market-based innovations, which includes either taxes or sukuk. We need to develop a local domestic markets so that the sukuk can be issued to develop infrastructure projects. And even any hit of misappropriation undermines the two fundamental traits that every Muslim and Islamic government should exhibit. These are truthfulness and trustworthiness. If a government can establish these two virtues, I'm very sure that the Islamic social finance can take place very robustly, can grow very fast in many of the societies. And therefore, these products, these redistributed instruments could play a very important role in not only providing social safety net, but also enhancing the economic development. So, in conclusion, governments need to implement fiscal policies that support Islamic financial institutions and instruments to foster the development of Islamic finance. I believe Islamic finance has the potential to play a significant role in the global economy. By offering a viable alternative to the conventional finance, it could also promote financial inclusion, social inclusion, and economic development. With that, I thank you for your time and attention. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zamir Iqbal, for your time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us move to one of the most awaited agendas, the announcement of the call for paper winners.
I would like to invite the representative of Universitas Indonesia, Mrs. Rahmatina Awaliyah Kasri.
To Mrs. Rahmatina Awaliyah Kasri, you may have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Warmest greetings to Her Excellency Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Finance Minister of Indonesia, or the representatives, Bapak Febrio Nathan Kacaribu, Head of Fiscal Policy Agency or representative, all honorable speakers, Ms. Negat, Pak Irfan, Pak Turkan, and other respectable speakers, and all distinguished guests and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Praise and gratitude are due to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. For His permission and the abundance of His blessings, we are able to gather here for the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference, Islamic Finance, Public Finance Role and Optimization, Exploring and Harnessing Potentials and Innovation in Islamic Public Finance Management for Economic Development. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to be here today as part of this significant and important event. Over the past few days, we have engaged in insightful discussions and witnessed groundbreaking research that push the boundaries of Islamic public finance for economic development. Our organization, the Center for Islamic Economics and Business, Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Indonesia, was entrusted with managing the call for papers for this conference. And I would like to take a moment to share the process that has led us to this exciting moment. We began accepting abstract submission in July, and we were thrilled by the response, receiving a total of 337 submissions from researchers worldwide. This submission came from 31 local universities, 14 international universities, 3 government institutions, and 2 others such as private companies. After a thorough review process, 74 extended abstracts were selected for further evaluation. And we finally identify our top 20 finalists who presented their outstanding research at this conference yesterday afternoon. These finalists have demonstrated exceptional dedication and innovation in their work, making it through a highly competitive selection process. The selection process to determine these finalists followed a double-blind review mechanism with involvement from reviewers from both academics and professional backgrounds from Indonesia and also abroad. The final assessment was conducted by 8 judges representing various institutions from Indonesia and also from University of Southampton. Each stage of this evaluation was overseen carefully to ensure impartiality and fairness, upholding the high standards of this competition. I would also like to take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to the Fiscal Agency of the Ministry of Finance, Pak Imran, Puyani, and team, for giving us the opportunity to collaborate on this prestigious event. Your invaluable support has made this conference possible, and it has been a privileged work alongside you to advance the field of Islamic public finance. Let's give applause to the team from the BKF. Thank you very much. And additionally, I am pleased to announce that there will be an opportunity for the winners and finalists to publish their papers in the national and international journals. This will enable their work to reach a broader audience and contribute to the growing body of knowledge in Islamic public finance. Ladies and gentlemen, with those remarks, we now move on to the highlight of the day, announcement of the winners. Let us begin with the junior researcher category. These emerging scholars have shown incredible potential and brought fresh perspective to the field of Islamic public finance. And today we will recognize the top 3 winners of this category, and I kindly ask the winners to come to the stage as their names are announced. Okay, are we ready? So, starting with the 3rd place, the winner is Askia Amatullah Salsabila for the paper titled Food Security in Indonesia for the period 2013-2022, Analysis of Zakat Utilization, Agricultural Production and Coverage. Okay, Askia, you may come to the stage. Congratulations. In the 2nd place, we have Nadia Setiawati for her work on Women in Top Management, how the role of gender diversity affects environmental responsibility and financial performance in Indonesia. Congratulations, Nadia. And finally, in the 1st place, the winner of the junior researcher category is Muhammad Farhan Ilham Farisi for his research title Sukuk and Bond, which one gives more impact on economy? Evidence from Indonesia and Malaysia. A big round of applause for Farhan. Farhan? I believe he's here, yeah? Oh, okay. Okay, Farhan. Okay. Next, we move to the general senior researcher category, honoring experienced researchers whose work has significantly advanced the field of Islamic public finance. We will also recognize the top 3 winners in this category. In the 3rd place, the winner is Muhammad Fazlur Rahman Sharif for his paper titled Optimization of Hajj Down Payment through the Implementation of Blockchain Technology, a Monte Carlo Simulation and Network Analysis Study. Fazlur is in Qatar. He studied in Qatar, so I think he's joined us online, yeah? In Hamad bin Khalifa University, Qatar. Now, for the 2nd place, the winner is Tri Alfiani for her research on a study on the proposed model of perpetual green cash wakaf link sukuk in Indonesia. congratulations to Tri Alfian. And finally, for the first place of the General Researcher category is Jerry Adrian Kasiwarisa for his work on Sharia Supervisory Board in Indonesia. A big round of applause for Jerry. Okay, so this Jerry, congratulations to all of our finalists and winners once again. Your passion and commitment are an inspiration to us all. And your contribution will no doubt have a lasting impact on the future of Islamic public finance.
Okay, Mrs. Ramatina, to commemorate this occasion, please documentation team to take a picture of Mrs. Rahmatina and also the winners. And we'd like to invite also Mrs. Yani Farida and Mr. Muhammad Imran to come to the stage. So we can take a picture together here. And also with the winner who attend virtually through Zoom. Okay. Yes. All of the documentation team, please be ready. Okay, once again, please a moment.
Lagi.
Once again, please hold. Wait for a moment. All right. Okay, on the count of 3, 3, 2, 1.
All right, all done for the photo session. Thank you, Mrs. Rahmatina Awaliyah Kasri, and all the winners of the call for papers of the 8th AIFC.
Let us giving applause to the winner of call for papers.
And thank you to everyone who took part in the 8th AIFC call for papers. Once again, congratulations to all the winners, and all suggestions and ideas will contribute to better policy formulations and for Islamic finance and economics.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue the conference with the final panel discussion, which will discuss the Islamic public finance framework, theories and practices with the experts. We invite you to join the discussion by submitting your comments, thoughts, and questions using the link fiscal.id/8AIFC. The panelists will then address them during the Q&A session. Please state your name, institution, and to whom the question is addressed, followed by your question. Participants who attend the mezzanine hall are invited to ask the panelist question directly in the discussion session, which the moderator will lead.
The session will be moderated by Mr. Ali Sakti, a senior analyst at the Department of Islamic Economy and Finance at Bank Indonesia. He holds a PhD in finance, concentrating on Islamic finance from Universitas Indonesia. He is a lecturer, speaker, and trainer at various Islamic economics and finance conferences, and has written books and papers on Islamic economics, banking, microfinance, and social finance.
To Mr. Ali Sakti, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished participants, and then also before that, appreciation for committee for inviting me join this significant event, and I also appreciate for the participants who stay put in this room to join with us until the last session. My name is Ali Sakti. Actually, I'm
Saya
senior economist from
adalah
Islamic Economic and Finance Department of Bank Indonesia. It is an honor to be here, moderate the panel session 3. We'll talk about the Islamic public finance framework, focusing on the theory and practice. So basically, we'll discuss about, or we will explore about the theory of Islamic public finance, and also we will discuss a little bit more on the development of Islamic public finance in the contemporary world. So, without further ado, I would like to invite our speakers, Dr. Turkan Ali Abdul Manaf, and also Dr. Irfan Sauki Beg, and we have already Dr. Salah Alwaji in Zoom platform. Please, Dr. Turkan Ali. And also Dr. Irfan Sauki Beg. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said before, we will discuss about the Islamic public finance framework in terms of theory and practice. But allow me to introduce our 3 prominent scholars here. The first one is Dr. Turkan Ali Abdul Manaf. He is the senior research economist in Islamic Development Bank Institute. He holds a PhD in economics from International Islamic University Malaysia, an MBA in finance from National University of Malaysia, and received a bachelor's degree in engineering from Dalian University of Technology, China. With over a decade of professional experience, Mr. Turkan has been actively involved in advancing some project in financial services industry in the member countries of ISDB. He played a key role in designing the Sukuk Enhancement Fund, SEF, and led impactful projects such as the Islamic Finance Country Report. And also, Dr. Turkan will share his knowledge and ideas on definition, principle, and current development of Islamic public finance. And second one, our speaker is Dr. Irfan Sauki Beg. He holds a PhD in Islamic economics from International Islamic University Malaysia, the same university with Dr. Turkan, and a Master of Science in Islamic economics from International Islamic University, Islamabad, Pakistan. At the moment, he is the Dean of Faculty of Economic and Management of IPB University. He is also a Chairman of the Social Finance Committee of Islamic Economic Society, responsible for managing Islamic social finance sector, comprising zakah, infak, wakaf, and CSR funds. Dr. Irfan will share his experience on resource mobilization of Islamic public finance instruments and its contributions to social and economic development. And the third speaker is Dr. Salah Alwaji. He is an advisor on zakah and tax and financial services at the Ministry of Finance of Saudi Arabia. He has more than 20 years experience in developmental and trade finance, risk analysis and management and taxation. Dr. Saleh Alawaji holds an MBA from Southern University, USA. Optimizing Islamic Social Fund in Islamic Public Finance Framework. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Turkan Ali Abdul Manaf present your material, and you have 15 minutes, Dr. Turkan, and allow me to remind you 3 minutes prior to the end of the session. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ajma'in. Dear distinguished guests, speakers and audience in this room and online. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Good afternoon and good evening to some of the online audience. It's great honor and pleasure to be here to share some of our knowledge and with our audience. And I try my best as your friend to share some of the knowledge about Islamic public finance. As given by the organizer, who actually kindly invited me to be here. So, Alhamdulillah. So I'm going to discuss 3 perspectives about Islamic public finance. That is the definition, principles, and some of the current development. Actually, Islamic public finance could be in 2 portions. One is the public finance, another Islamic public finance. As all students of economics, all of us know, public finance actually is a kind of a study which would manage the revenue, the taxation, the expenditures of the public resources. Okay? When we talk in Islamic public finance, that means what? We have to do all the function of state with the Maqat Sharia or Sharia in principle in mind. Okay, in mind. Because Maqat Sharia, they have certain requirements. For example, fairness, efficiency, to be what we call to take care of the poor, to elevate the poverty. This is what we call what? Or justice. This kind of aspect must be taken into consideration in the managing of the public assets. So, for example, in the social economic justice is one of the what? Key objective of the Islamic public finance. And of course, we also have to distribute the wealth among the what we call a population in a just way. And also we have to make sure that what? Every citizen of the state must have the basic needs to be fulfilled. And of course, all the conduct activities or process must be Sharia compliant. So it means what? We should not involve anything which not in line with the Sharia requirement. As I mentioned just now, okay? So, of course, there are many objectives for any public finance policies. But I think what the 3 I put here as what? The most important and what? The most fundamental. The first one was elevating the poverty. Because for any nation, every citizen, they have right to ensure a basic minimum standard of living for all citizens. It means what? Everybody must have this one. So the poverty is a what? For every society is a disease. So we must cure the disease. That's why we must have a poverty elevation program. And also, we also need a wealth redistribution. We don't want from the Islamic Sharia point of view, the wealth should not be focused in one small hand of people. They must be distributed according to the broader population, to avoid the exploitation or to take advantage of the poor. That's why we need a system like zakat to redistribute the wealth to make sure everyone has the basic needs fulfilled. And of course, we also need economic justice. Okay? If we cannot alleviate poverty, we cannot properly redistribute this wealth, it could lead to what? Economic injustice. So what we call what? The exploitation, and of course, maybe the wealth will be accumulated in a small hand of people. Okay, so this does not fit the Islamic teaching. Okay, so that's why we need fair justice and redistribution of the wealth at the same time, but what we call what? To make the society fair. Okay? In a fundamental sense, okay, fundamental sense, the Islamic public finance policies or itself is trying to fulfill what we call maqasid sharia. Okay, maqasid sharia in a sense. Okay, so all the policy, all this activity of Islamic finance is trying to fulfill the maqasid sharia. We see actually this morning, even just now, Dr. Zamir from our bank mentioned maqasid sharia. I put here just for what? For reference. So we call a protection of the fees. Okay, it means what we have to make sure all the public, they can meet the fees of needs of the deen. Needs of the, for example, you have madrasa, you have masjid, you have all kind of Islamic needed facilities. And this is the money must be what spent in this way, and also protection of life. Okay, the basic food, shelter, and healthcare is important. And of course, we also have to protect the wealth. It means what? We must have a kind of what the legal procedure to protect his wealth or his property, not to be taken by someone illegally. So another one is what? To practice intellect aql. Okay, it means what? The state financing the university, schools, secondary schools, all kind of the education center, because what? This to make sure that our population have a certain level of knowledge. Okay. Number 5 is what? Protection of what? Progress. It means what? We need to make sure that what? We can promote or sustain the what? The what we call a next generation by sustainable physical policies. Okay. We cannot we cannot consume whatever we have now, not considering next generation or another generation into our mind. Okay, this we call maqasid sharia. So basically, that is our maqasid sharia. So fundamental principle for the Islamic public finance actually can be more, but let me just repeat a little bit. Just see, for example, the 4 which is very important for us. One is the social economic justice. Second is wealth circulation. It means what? The wealth should not be accumulated, must be circulated among the population. And prohibition riba. Okay, this is what? You can do business, but you cannot what? Have riba. So this is from this Quran, we already have this one. So all this, whether you're taking the revenue or you are distributing the revenue, you should prohibit avoiding from riba. And finally, maslaha, public welfare and trust. Because whether you are individuals or you are state officers, you are only a khalifa in this world. None of the asset belong to you individually, permanently. It's all from Allah. We are just as chosen to take care of the asset temporarily. Okay, so we need to make sure we have the amana to respond for the Allah's appointment, and also respond for the our population's what? Trust. So that's we see we need to have these principles. And all this actually what come from the Quran and the Sunnah. Okay, Quran and Sunnah. So it is the Quran say the right of every poor in the what? Wealth of every individual poor, they have right in the wealth of the rich. That's why we must give sadaqah, zakah. Am I right? Zakah. Of course, zakah is something compulsory, but sadaqah is voluntary. Okay, it depends on you. Okay, that's why by having the zakat system, sadaqah is one way to make sure that everybody can meet the basic needs. So that makes the society more harmony, more sejahtera. In Malay, it was sejahtera. So how to mix the wealth circulation in the Islamic finance? It means what? Wealth generation. See, you cannot distribute something without making it. So first, you must make sure that we create the cake. Then we distribute the cake among the maker or those who cannot make it. That's why. So that's why the wealth generation, second, zakat collection. And of course, in zakat collection in different countries, you have different ways. For example, in Indonesia, you have some institution can collect the zakat, but in certain countries where is what Islam is not the major religion, like non-Muslim countries, the zakat normally collected by some NGOs, sometimes the mosque, they collect it. But in like Indonesia, Malaysia, not only about this mosque collect, but also the states, they have institution special organization to collect the zakat. All this actually try to make sure we have to make sure the maslaha. It means the collective welfare of the society, not individual. Okay, individual. Of course, this is for example, we are talking about the prohibitions, the riba in Islamic finance. It means we have to make sure we should differentiate the Islamic public finance with the conventional one. It means riba must be avoided all the time. Yeah, you cannot collect riba, or you cannot give riba to anybody. So that's the but by risk sharing, by using the musharaka murabaha way to avoid the riba. Okay. So that's why I say in Islamic public finance, the state have its own responsibility. Okay, it means the state has a duty to use the public resource for collective welfare, maslaha, to make sure everybody gets his own due shares. Okay, shares, and also every individuals who are sitting here or is online, all of us have our responsibility. Because why? Because we can give sadaqah, we can contribute zakah, okay, and also the community development is which all the resources must be used for the society benefit.
You have 3 minutes more, bro.
Oh, sorry. Moral and ethical governance in, for example, transparency, accountability, justice, ethical constitution is a core, a moral, ethical aspect of the Islamic public finance. So I'm going to, maybe this one, I'm not going to discuss here more, because later when the Q&A answer question, maybe I can answer if somebody asks, okay? Okay, the historical development Islamic public finance. Of course, in the early period, in our Prophet Muhammad time, of course, we already have this public finance or physical instrument like zakah, jizya, haraj already there. And later they expanded and become institutionalized, as we have diwan. Diwan, in some time we call a baitul mal. Okay, diwan, baitul mal is actually the same thing. And all public works investment in many lists. And finally, we also have come out with some other like Ottoman Emperor or Mughal Ottoman. They have this public finance. They make more institutionalized and make it more formalized. Okay, but nowadays, modern days, the Islamic public finance, the instrument already integrated to the current financial system, like modernizing the zakat. Now we have a technology, we have a fintech, we can trace, we can collect, we can distribute zakat more transparently and more specific, with specific targets. Okay, and so this Islamic already adopting different models to make sure the Islamic finance instruments integrate well with the current system. And of course, with this one, we also have Islamic banking and finance, which also can be used or can be used in the distribution of zakat and collecting zakat. And also using this one, we can avoid the riba in the transaction, okay? And finally, in the public debt management, if you say, all country, more or less, they have certain debt. So this debt, how to manage this debt, avoiding riba is another question. That's why you see what? Islamic finance banking or Islamic instrument like a sukuk, like a green sukuk is another way for us to what? To accumulate debt without the riba, okay? So this is already done just now. So this is already done. Okay. Sorry, Marshall. Oh, sorry. Because only 3 seconds. Okay. Just I want to show run around this PowerPoint. I hope you can read it. So I think my time up. My
Correct.
time. My time up.
Hopefully, the participant will digest your material, inshallah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Turkan. Maybe we can discuss later in Q&A session. Thank you for your presentations. There are some important points, such as the first one is the functions of Islamic public finance is alleviating the poverty, wealth redistribution to prevent the concentration of wealth in a small group of people, right? And it will prevent people from negative effect of this kind of activity, from criminal activity. And the last one is economic justice. Okay. We can move on to the next speakers. I would like to invite Dr. Irfan Soki Beg, same like Dr. Turkan. Dr. Irfan, you have 15 minutes, and allow me to remind you 3 minutes prior to the end of your session. Thank you, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali Sakti. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good afternoon. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulil karim wa ba'd. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. So thank you very much for the organizer for inviting me to deliver our humble knowledge and experience with regard to this Islamic public finance. And let me begin my presentation. Dr. Turhan was just elaborated briefly about the Maqasidus Sharia as the basic foundation in the formulation of Islamic public financial policies. And in addition to the usage of Maqasidus Sharia, I would like also to introduce, at least there are several qawaid fiqhiyah that needs to be understood when we are constructing our Islamic fiscal policy, and this is a very important thing to be understood. And what is the qawaid fiqhiyah? Please do not mix the qawaid fiqhiyah with usul fiqh and fiqh. Usul fiqh is related with the method, fiqh is the product, and qawaid fiqhiyah, it's like legal maxim, something that has been taking place in the past, and it becomes a very powerful guidance to be used in order to overcome or to identify or to find the solution towards certain problems. So what are the qawaid fiqhiyah in formulating and designing Islamic public finance? At least in this moment, I would like to share with you there are 4 qawaid fiqhiyah that needs to be understood. The first one is tasarruful imam ala ra'iyati manutun bil maslahah. That the policy of the ruler is based on the principle of maslahah. What is maslahah? Maslahah actually a very deep concept that contains 2 major aspects. The first one, maslahah, is always related with the benefits, and maslahah is also related with the sustainability. So something that can provide sustainable benefits, to the society, that is the best way to construct the Islamic fiscal policy. The second one is darul mafasid muqaddamu ala jalbil masalih. Avoiding mafsadah or destruction is more prioritized than obtaining maslahah. So if a person, some scholars, they argue that tax is haram, no need to collect tax, then if the tax is absent, it will create mafsadah. So avoiding mafsadah is more prioritized. Yeah. Although, of course, tax is not haram. Yeah? I will talk it later. Yeah. And then if there are two mafsadah are in conflict, then we need to select the least mafsadah. And the last one is ma la yudraku kullu la yudraku kullu. The things that cannot be entirely achieved should not be abandoned completely. So these four things are the very basic legal maxim that should be in place when we talk about the Islamic public finance as well as the fiscal policy. And when we talk about the Islamic public finance, of course, there are the roles of the state that needs to be played, and the functions of the states. And in this regard, Dr. Turhan also has elaborated some of the roles of the state. But let me begin with this ideological role. What does it mean? Ideological role meaning that the design of Islamic public finance will always follow the notion that is believed to be the correct notion of the ruler. So the ruler, when he believes or when they believe on the capitalism, that capitalism will be the ideology for the public finance. That capitalism will be the ideology for their own fiscal policy. So that's why, in this regard, we have to believe about the presence of Islamic public finance that will lead to a better fiscal system, that will lead to a better economic condition. Yeah, so this is a very important thing. And also the state should also do the function of stabilization and protection, including the one that has been explained by Zamir Iqbal. The rest, I think it's understandable to all of us. And then next, what is the scope of Islamic public finance? Actually, there's a mistake here. Islamic public finance, when we talk about it, we talk about three aspects. The first one is how the state do the fundraising. Yeah. The second one, how the state do the fund spending. And the third one is the impact of what has been done on the fundraising and fund spending. That is the very basic principle of public finance. And that's why, with regard to these three aspects, we need to ensure that Sharia compliance principle is there. Legality principle must also be there. You know, in a hadith, when the Prophet said, this is a famous among the tax officer, this hadith, Ashabul Maks Finnar, yeah, the tax officer will be in the hell. What is the meaning of maks? On the other term, we have also doriba, reflecting the same terminology of tax. What is the difference? The difference lies on the legality aspect. Al-maks, basically it is illegal tax or tribute. Tribute is upeti. Yeah? That is al-maks, the meaning of al-maks. But doriba, it has to be based on certain legality. So legality principle is very important because we will also see that during the time of the Prophet ﷺ, there is also tax, although with a different approach. But still, it is a mandatory collection of fund because of certain reason. Yeah? And it was legalized by the Prophet himself as the head of state. And the third one is on the justice principle. So with this scope and the principles, we have observed various classical Islamic public financial institutions. Yeah, these are the instruments. Yeah, we have fa'i, for instance. Yeah, we obtain the wealth or the income that is earned from during the peaceful time. That is called fa'i. Jizya is a kind of tax. Kharaj also is a kind of tax. Yeah, Nawa is also a kind of tax, but it is not regularly levied, yeah, to the society. And in the contemporary practice now, we have these instruments, zakat and wakaf. We call it as special institution because not all countries have adopted this, but the rest, I think, now many countries, including Islamic countries, are also having this instrument. Yeah. So let me talk about the issue of tax and debt. Yeah. So with regard to this tax issue, the principles of government tax, the first one is the taxable assets should be Sharia compliance assets, and tax on non-halal but legal asset, like interest-based banking system, we tax them, so it's non-halal but legal. It should be entirely used for public facilities and infrastructure. Yeah, and then the tax rate should be based on the justice principle. Justice principle is very important, and we can discuss the definition and how we implement this justice principle. And tax management must be accountable. And also government debt, yeah. During the time of the Prophet as a head of state also did this government debt policy, especially when the war time. In several wars, the government borrow the fund from the people, and then it was repaid after the winning of the war, and it was recorded in the various hadiths. So meaning that that is something which is allowed as long as these principles are fulfilled. Yeah? It has to be considered as the last option, not as the first. And Sharia compliance debt instrument should be prioritized, and it has to be based on the repayment capacity of the government. This is what has been set up by the example by the Prophet Muhammad SAW, and debt management must be accountable. So that is the issue of tax and debt. And the next one, with regard to the special institution, which is zakat and wakaf, currently there are three types of contemporary zakat system. The first one is, I call it as comprehensive model, regulatory mandatory system, in which a country has regulation of zakat, and zakat has been made mandatory. Yeah, so it is wajib syar'i as well as wajib siyasi. And the second one is on the partial model, yeah, in which a country has regulation of zakat, but payment of zakat is still considered as voluntary. And the third one, of course, the secular model. And there are only 6 countries up to now, yeah, having this comprehensive model, the Islamic countries, plus Singapore as the only Muslim minority country that has made zakat as mandatory for the Singaporean Muslims. It is stated in the Muslim Administration Law Act. Yeah, partial model we have 10 countries, and partial comprehensive model we have 1 country, in which Kuwait has made the rules that companies listed in the stock market must pay their corporate zakat. And in the contemporary wakaf system, yeah, we have regulated wakaf system and unregulated wakaf system, yeah, with the presence and absence of wakaf law. And we have identified a good number of countries that have their own wakaf system. Now let me, out of the 6 countries having zakat as mandatory instrument, we have Malaysia, yeah, as one of the good example. This is the collection of the zakat, yeah, in Malaysia. And also, I hope Dr. Saleh, yeah, can also confirm this, because I take this from the report of the Minister of Finance, that in the case of Saudi Arabia, it's one of the 6 countries that have made zakat mandatory, that for the corporate zakat paid by the business, yeah, it is included in the fiscal system. Yeah, it is classified under other taxes. So this is the actual revenue in the first quarter in 2024, yeah, that these are the sources of revenue of the state, yeah, and one of them is other taxes, which is amounted to 3.6 billion Saudi Riyal, or more than 10 trillion rupiah, yeah, which is basically is corporate zakat. Yeah, so for those who always said there is no corporate zakat, so please, yeah, make this as a very good reference. And this is the case of Indonesia. Alhamdulillah, we have seen, yeah, because of the time, I will skip this. And also, I would like to promote this as well, that we need also another instrument. Because when I talk about public finance, we talk also on the side of the impact. And how we assess the impact. Usually we use the instruments that are available in the development economics. Yeah, like poverty index, we have the depth of poverty, we have severity of poverty, yeah, etc. The head count, and also the income gap ratio, like Gini index, etc. So now we need to have another approach which is more Islamic, that try to combine the material as well as the spiritual aspect of poverty. That's why we come up with this side-based welfare index. Yeah. So what should be done, yeah, when we talk about this, we need to explore new opportunity. Yeah. We need to further encourage and promote halal industry at new sources of economic growth. Yeah, because it is halal industry now that is growing at the rate of different rate, yeah, but the least one is 8%. In average is between 10 to 12%, globally speaking. So this is very important. 1 minute, yeah. So we need to promote this. And also ICT industry, it can be the new sources of growth. Yeah, for example, the AI industry, the market share is projected, it will increase from 65 billion US dollar in the year 2020 to 1.5 trillion US dollar. Yeah, so it's a very huge. Even if you look at the Internet of Things, big data, blockchain, etc., they show a very significant improve. Yeah, and another important aspect. Okay, just give me another minute. Another important aspect is on the innovative financing, which is also very important. Yeah, Alhamdulillah, Indonesia has been setting up a good example in this innovative financing. And the last one is when we talk about the fiscal policy tools, what should be done? I think the construction of Islamic GDP that is promoted now by BPS and Bank Indonesia is very good. Yeah, and I think you need to invite also the fiscal policy agency here to get involved in this, because at the end of the day, it is the authority of fiscal policy agency when we talk about the fiscal tools. Let us agree on these 8 clusters that are promoted by Bank Indonesia and our BPS, yes, statistic agency, that these are the 8 clusters that can be used as the fiscal tools, yeah, fiscal policy analysis by Indonesia, yeah, because in each cluster, it has a very huge potential. And that's why I think that's all my presentation. And the last one is when we talk about the way forward, I hope that we can integrate, yeah, zakat, wakaf, and other religious social fund, yeah, in the regulation. Yeah, and also, but you know, but one thing, we need to learn from the Aceh case. I hope fiscal policy agency can also make Aceh as example on how to integrate zakat wakaf, yeah, into the fiscal side, because it is these 2 instruments are part of the sources for the regional income, government income, yeah, in Aceh. So let's do that, make them as example, but when the money comes, it should be distributed directly. That's why it requires new regulation, yeah, to ensure that the zakat money, the wakaf money that become the government income, it can be directly distributed during the ongoing fiscal year, which is make them different with the tax and other sources of income of the government. I think we should be more serious because now, alhamdulillah, the issues of Islamic economics is already accommodated in our law of number 59, 2024 on a long-term national development planning 2025 until 2045. By that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Irfan. Your presentation's quite a bit comprehensive in terms of landscape of issue that you presented just now. You underline the urgency of Qawaid Fiqhiyah, completing the Maqasid Sharia, right? It is like a guide, especially for authority in formulating policy. And then you also mentioned about the principle of government tax and government debt. And the last one is the contemporary zakat system implementations. There are various types of zakat system implementation based on the legal framework. And also you mentioned about the contemporary development of implementation of zakat system, and also mentioned about the Islamic GDP, right? Our project with BPS and also several ministry. Thank you very much. And then we move to the third speaker. I would like to invite Dr. Saleh Alawaji. Dr. Saleh, you have 15 minutes, and allow me to remind you 3 minutes prior to the end of your session. Dr. Saleh, the floor is yours.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Allahumma allimna ma yanfa'na wa anfa'na bima 'allamtana. Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I thank you for inviting me for AIFC, the 8th AIFC, the Annual Islamic Finance Conference, to join the other two prominent scholars who spoke before me. I assume that they have covered everything related to the Sharia and the doctrines of the Sharia and the goals of Sharia and the maqasid of Sharia. And that's a good, actually, foundation for what we are heading to speak about. I understood from the topic that was sent to me that you would like me to speak about the application and the uses of the social finance that comes in the form of the third economic sector sources, which means in our interpretation as Muslims that we speak about revenues that come from waqf, zakat, kafarat, sadaqat, hibat. I assume that, are you hearing me well?
Yes, we can hear you, Doctor.
Yeah, because I saw you turning right and left, and I said maybe you were not hearing me well. So if it's not clear, I even can raise the voice. But as long as you hear me good, I'll just continue.
Right.
I've sent you a few.
But your picture is not there, Dr. Saleh.
I don't know. I don't know why, because I don't know. I already the video is on.
You have
choose
difficulties in camera of your laptop.
I don't know. Actually, I'm not so good in these gadgets, so I'm afraid that if I do something that.
All right then, no problem. Please continue, Doctor.
Yeah, that's much better, maybe, because I'm having it on. Unfortunately, it doesn't show. However, back to the subject, is that we have the sources that we have the sources that the gentleman spoke about, and even Dr. Shokebek has Dr. Arfan has given a longer list, but we are talking today about the contemporary sources of funding, which is the zakat collected. And the zakat, when it is collected, it's collected from two major sources. One of them is the individuals, and the other one is the corporate. In Saudi Arabia, it is mandatory for the businesses to pay their zakat using their financial statements and looking into their sales and looking into their inventory and their profits and the assets that the institution holds, whether fixed assets or other types of assets. And then there is a way to make this computation and come out with the zakat. Eventually, the zakat, it represents 2.5% of the net worth of the business. In the case of the individuals, it is voluntarily in Saudi Arabia. We started about 10 years ago having a portal which is for the zakat, for individual zakat, voluntarily as individual zakat. We call it now Zakati, and it is active, so people can log into it and do the computation. It does, there is a calculator, it does do the calculation of the wealth, whether it is in the form of monetary wealth or maybe cattle, herds, farms, crops, and all types of zakat. Of course, the conditions are observed. When we talk about nisab, the threshold, it has to meet the nisab, and after that, the calculation is made through that portal, and the amount should be paid as zakat is before the eyes of the muzakki, who goes and pays the amount of zakat. And after paying the zakat, whether from the corporate or from the individuals, the money goes to Zatka, which is the authority that collects zakat and customs. The zakat goes then channeled to the social uses. We have the social security under the Ministry of Human Resources. They have a list of all the needy families and individuals who are visited twice a year to determine their need and to determine their economic class. And then these amounts, these zakat amounts, are paid to them in a form of a monthly payment that goes directly to their bank accounts. In addition, the full last year, the zakat revenues were around 33 billion Saudi riyals, equal to almost 9 billion US dollars. Dr. Shoki spoke about the first quarter in this year, and it represents like another jump, because it used to increase on annual basis year to year in about 20% or less, a little bit less than 20%. And this shows that the zakat is still, the source is still big. Maybe the footprint of the service is now increasing, and many businesses are entering in the system. People used in the past to pay their zakat their own way, but after adopting the AML, anti-money laundering, and countering, combating tourism and terrorism and financing terrorism, the government has passed very stringent laws that nothing should be paid except through the official channels. So this is now what is happening. Therefore, the increase is, as I told you, maybe year on year is more than 15 to 20%, like between 15 and 20%. And we expect that this will continue for some more years. That's for the zakat, and it grows, as I told you, distributed through official channels. It goes to the needy people. But on top of this, the government here in Saudi Arabia pays about another 100% of that amount is paid by the government to these needy families and individuals, because they feel, or the government feels, that they deserve more to face the needs, their life needs, especially in the contemporary time. The life needs are increasing. It does also help on the school, back to school packages to the children. There is what's called winter subsidies. It goes in the form of some like blankets and maybe clothing for the people during winter. And more than that, they also help them with housing, with their rental expenses, and so on. So all of these expenses, if we go back to the fiscal planning, or the fiscal on the government, and it should burden the budget of the government. Using the zakat revenues and other maybe revenues we may talk about them later, but they are with minor effect. They are directed to help this fragile class of the economy. And this fragile class of the economy is getting the services and getting the finance from the government. It's actually not from the budget, as I said earlier. It's from the payment of these ritual duties, zakat, and other payments that the government, the people, the public are contributing with. So this is the case in Saudi Arabia in relation to zakat. But we do have also some voluntary platforms that were created here in Saudi Arabia, and I hope that you log into it and try to see it for yourselves. There is a King Salman Foundation. They have also one very famous platform, and this platform is receiving donations, and some of the donations are big donations, and they help with it the imprisoned people in jail for maybe an inability to pay debts. It's also for people that are unable, for example, to meet some of their commitments, financial commitments. It is called Ihsan. And it also has many services under this in this platform. So whoever is committing some sin that requires a kafara, you can pay it there. If you want to dig a water well anywhere in the Islamic world, in Saudi Arabia or elsewhere, it also helps in for those having kidney failures or some major operations, and they are not for eyes and maybe for other diseases or injuries. They can also receive support, whether they are in Saudi Arabia or in any other Muslim country, or any other country like in the world where they have Muslim communities that contact them. They also contribute to education, and contribute also to many other services that go directly to the needy people. Okay, and it is done voluntarily. For example, now during the aggression on Gaza, more than $1 billion was collected in less than 3 weeks or 4 weeks. It shows how much the people here in this country and other Muslim countries are close and eager to contribute. So what we are coming out with as an outcome of this session today is that the social funding in the form of zakat or any other form, I don't want to go and list all the other forms, but you understand that these are very supportive to the budget of the country itself, the Muslim country. Yes, the Muslim country maybe has other sources. We spoke about taxation. We spoke about maybe the sale of some natural resources like oil or maybe mining and so on. In Saudi Arabia, we don't have personal income tax, so no income tax on the individuals. The zakat is voluntarily paid, and for non-Saudi companies or non-Saudi investors, they pay 20% as corporate income tax from their net profits. So this is different than zakat. Zakat is from the net worth of the entity, 2.5%. For non-Saudis, it's 20%. On the net profit of these companies. And if the company is a mixed company, Saudi or Gulf company, and they have a foreign taxpayer company, each of them pays according to pro rata to their percentage in the ownership in that corporate. I assume this is my part, if I understood it well, is to show how much we can lift from the burden on the budget of the government when we use the social funding that comes through these sources, mainly or namely the zakat and the maybe the also waqf revenues, but I didn't understand that you wanted me to speak about waqf, especially in the presence of Brother Irfan Shokibek. He's our expert on this. But any revenue that comes from donations or waqf revenues or the other donations, sadaqat or kafarat, hibat, whatever comes, it helps in the Muslim country, in a Muslim country that is collecting zakat. It helps a lot in supporting and in financing the needs of the public in general, especially the class that is the fragile class, if you may, of the economy. That's actually what I have prepared for you. Of course, the uses are to combat poverty, to lift the suffering of the class, the lower class of this economic class of the society, in the areas of conflicts and disasters. It can also be used in other countries where we've seen what is happening now in Sudan and Palestine and some other parts of the world where
Sorry, Dr. Salah.
Yes?
Your time is over.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, we can continue with the question and answer session, Dr. Salah.
Yeah. If it is like for another 5 to 10 minutes, yes, because it's prayer time now. It is like in 20 minutes, the call is Azan is going to be on. So if you have questions, I'd be more than glad to answer them.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Saleh. Referring to the presentation of Dr. Saleh, there are several important points, but the presentation dominant on the practice of zakah and voluntary instruments in Saudi Arabia. And also, Dr. Salam mentioned about the the implementation regime of tax in Saudi Arabia. I think we can continue with the Q&A session. Maybe we can open to the floor for the questions. The participants in this room, you may ask your question directly. And to all online participants, you may ask your question through the chat room. Okay, I open for 3 questions. One, for the second question, is there anyone? Maybe you can continue with the first question first. Thank you. Please, Pak, silakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Bara, Muhammad Bara. I'm from Fiscal Policy Agency. One factor, social justice that we've been talking about within a tax system is the rate imposed on a specific tax. If the tax rate is too low, then probably the government will be lacking of budget for financing for its development. While if the tax rate is too high, then the private sector probably cannot grow properly. In international taxation, we experience that what we call as a race to the bottom problem issue, where countries are competing to reduce their tax rates to attract investors, so that the OECD has limited those BEPS-signing countries to a minimum tax rate of 15% globally. So my question is, what is the ideal tax rate according to the Islamic teaching? And what is the rationale? I mean, is it using, probably taking the analog from the, how to call it, farming with irrigation or without irrigation, and or problem the personal income tax? I mean, I need your, how to call it, clarification. Thank you very much.
To whom you are addressing the question, Pak?
All the speakers, if possible.
Oh, all.
Yeah,
all right. Is there any second question? All right.
If you allow me to answer this question, if you like, because I may be coming from the field of taxation.
Okay, Dr. Salah, you may answer the question.
I'll answer it like in a quick, short answer. Maybe my colleagues can elaborate on it. In fact, there is how to reach to the tax or the optimal tax in any jurisdiction. This is if I understood the question well. This has been a question out there for decades, maybe from the days of Ibn Khaldun. And Ibn Khaldun spoke about this and said once, if you take everything that the economy in general, if the government takes everything that the economy generates, then the economy will collapse because nobody will have a motive to work. And if you leave everything to the economy and the government doesn't collect anything, it means that the country is going to collapse. So there is a point where you need to draw a line between how much the government collects as taxes from the economy in order to keep order, to keep the security, to keep health, education, and to build roads and do all the services that the government's supposed to do to the public. So here comes the very difficult, which is, it's difficult but not impossible to go and find the rate that enables the economy to continue flourishing and on the same time keeps all the services provided, rendered by the government at the top possible. There was a Laffer curve. Laffer is Dr. Laffer, and he used to be an advisor to President, I believe, to President Reagan. And he, based on Ibn Khaldun's theory, and said that we need to reach to a point where we maintain both. And they started during the days of Reagan applying it, and this gentleman, Laffer, I think received the Nobel Prize for this theory. So it depends on the country itself, on the economy, on the needs in the economy itself for the services, and what type of services and how high is the class of such services. There is no one answer for all countries, no one size fits all. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Saleh. Maybe we can finish with a first question. Dr. Irfan or Dr. Turkan want to?
I will add what has been said by Dr. Saleh, that the only rate that is fixed by Islam is zakat. Yeah. It is the only instrument that has been, that has a fixed rate. But for the others, including Kharaj, for example, in the past, when we talk about the practice of Kharaj in the past, during the time of the Caliphate, even from various periods, it may have a different rate. Different geographical condition will lead to a different rate. Yeah, and it was affected by many factors. But when we are discussing about the ideal one, of course, I think, there are two things here. The first one is that the formulation of the text itself, whether we need to raise the question, are we using this qawaid fiqhiyah when we talk about the ideal rate? Are we really digging the concept of maslahah and of the text? I think it's quite rare to have this kind of discussion, because qawaid fiqhiyah is the tools that are provided to help us to reach the consensus on the rate of tax. And also, if we look at the practice, either in the past or in the present practices, that there are other also factors affecting the ability of the government to do this fundraising. One of them is on the control on the strategic asset. When a country has a full control on strategic asset, that will lead to the economic profit and benefit, these countries may have a very low rate of tax, like in Qatar or even in Saudi. Yeah. But in some countries that have that has no full control on the strategic asset, they may tend to raise or increase the tax. And again, it depends on the notion, of the economics, the mazhab of economics, the school of thought, which school of thought that we are following. Yeah, because of course, the Northern Europe with their own school of thought will have a different understanding on the ideal tax rate when it is compared, let's say, to the US or the Japanese. Yeah, so this is a good discussion. Then I think we should start the discussion on this issue. And the second one is on the method of the taxation itself. We know that we have proportionate tax regime, progressive tax regime, and also regressive tax regime. If I may suggest, following the style of zakat, but again, it is subject to discussion. Proportional or proportionate tax regime is, to me, is much better, more ideal compared to the progressive one. I'm not saying that I'm not paying tax. I'm a good taxpayer. Every year I always pay the the balance I have to pay more. Yeah, but to me, proportionate is much better. But I understand if we apply this, what is the impact towards our budget? And that's why we need to understand the principle dar'ul mafasid muqaddamu ala jalbil masalih. Yeah. For example, during the COVID, we are, advised by the Majlis of Ulama, to make a 1 meter distance. There's no example during the time of the Prophet that we need to have 1 meter distance during our congregation pray or in Jama'ah. But with this principle, it makes sense that avoiding mafsadah is prioritized, more prioritized than getting the maslahah. So having social distance becomes the decision. So we need to do that as well. Let us discuss about this, because this is left to us. We have the freedom to determine the ideal tax rate. But of course we need to do some assessment and also analysis, and to this strategic asset, how to trigger the economic to grow up so that it will create new sources of income to the government. Innovation should be there, etc. And the last one is, I suggest, for me, it's much better to have the proportionate one rather than the progressive one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Turkan?
I think Dr. Saleh and Dr. Irfan answered most of the what we call the creams of the answers, but I just want to add one thing, because in Islamic finance we also see flexibility and maslaha. Okay, when we are having this tax, okay, if the first we have to know why the government imposed tax to certain areas, because government actually provide all the supporting systems. That's actually what kind of a price for the obtaining to benefiting from that system. So that's why we need to have the tax on them. And also we have to understand from the Islamic finance that what we have to prevent something harm and also promote something is good. All right. So for example, if these activities, actually if you encourage, they can create more job opportunities, more employment, and also contribute more to the society as a whole. You should encourage such kind of investment so you can what? Have certain level of tax exemption or lower tax. For another kind of activities like tobacco or wine, see, because this one actually is not actually not aligned with Islamic principles. That's why we what. But in a certain secular, what we call whether it's a Muslim country or Muslim minority countries, still this kind of activities around. That's why see even non-Islam country, they impose what? High in tax on this kind of what? Activity. Why? Because these actually harm to the society by having what is the external negative externalities, because make more people sick, more people in the morally worse. That's why they have a high tax rate. So I think all this actually we also have to talk from other point. In addition, we have to talk maslaha and the flexibility of the Islamic finance. This all depend on the country per se, the context per se, and also this what we want to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Turkan. We can go to second questions. Please mention your name and also your affiliation and to whom you're addressing the questions.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for this opportunity. And thank you also for the previous presentation that's very insightful from the speakers. And I think this question is quite related with the presentation from Mr. Irfan Shauki Beg, but I'm more than happy to hear if there is any share from the other speakers. So in the previous presentation, Mr. Irfan Shauki Beg tell to us or maybe explain to us about the contemporary zakat system in Muslim countries, and our countries, Indonesia, implement the second model, which is the partial model. And my question is, what is the pros and cons from that model, from our economic development? And should Indonesia as a country move to the first type of that contemporary system of zakah, and that will help us, or maybe that will help Indonesia to be able to gain more profound long-term economic development. I think that's my question. And my name is Farhan Ilham. I'm from the University of Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Irfan.
Okay. To me, of course, we need to move to the comprehensive model because that is the essence of the Quranic teaching. When it is stated in the Quran Surah At-Tawbah, verse number 103, khudh min amwalihim sadaqah. Yeah, the meaning of khudh requires the change of the status of zakat collection from the state perspective, from voluntary basis to the mandatory or obligatory basis. That's why we need to push this one. Of course, on the other hand, there are some people, who reject this idea, because according to them that if you look at the tradition and the culture of zakat management in Indonesia, most of the time, even since before we got the independence, most of the zakat management are in the hand of the society. So, of course, this is something that is debatable, but to me, that's why we need to change this. Yeah, I'm not against the management of zakat in the hands of society. No, I'm not against that one. We have many good private zakat institutions. But when we talk about the ideal zakat system, which is Sharia compliance system, so we need to refer to the very basic teaching of zakat, which is actually mandatory from both Sharia and state perspective. And the question is, what should be our future model or future system? To me, like this, because we are now in the discussion of the roadmap for the next 2 decades. Yeah. So what I'm offering is that like this. For the collection side, it is better if it is mandatory, it is in the hand of the government zakat institution. But on the distribution side, we may allocate, let's say, 70% to the private zakat institutions. So the private zakat institution, they should be more focusing on the capacity on distributing the fund. This is just like the tax. It is Directorate General of Tax that collect tax, but when we talk about the distribution of the tax, it involves all the ministries, all the agencies of the government, all of them, including municipal government, regional government. They are doing this, but on the collection side, not all of them can collect the tax. I think this can be the way forward, to me. But of course, we need to have more debate. But to me, let us refer back to the basic teaching of Islam. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dr. Durkan, you have opinion on these particular questions?
Okay, for me, whether it's comprehensive or partial, it all depends on how this institution manages the zakat, to what extent the public have confidence to the management organization. Alhamdulillah, due to the advance of the technology, fintech, what we call blockchain, this kind of issues already solved step by step. They have transparency, they have accountability. So that what I think, whether it's going to which model, I think it depends on the country policy. Like Indonesia, I think you can have, but not every country have such kind of capabilities. Okay, that's my addition to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Turkan. I inform by the committee, Dr. Saleh want to give a final statement. Dr. Saleh, are you with me? Oh, all right. Maybe we can go to the final questions from Sabto Tanoyo, Pujanarto, Indonesian Socialpreneur Associations, to all panelists, how zakah, wakaf, and sukuk significantly contribute to achieving the SDGs in the context of economic equity and poverty alleviation in developing countries. Maybe Dr. Turkan first.
Okay, thanks for the question. How zakat, waqaf, and sukuk significantly contribute to the achieving the SDGs? Okay, I think this question is very relevant to this discussion. Okay, because zakat, waqaf, and sukuk they can play different roles in achieving the SDGs, because zakat is a very specific. The asnaf they have already mentioned in the Quran, so we cannot run away from that one. Okay, but how to utilize the zakat for those really needs in the poverty guys? Yes, we can, the zakat can contribute to those guys, but zakat cannot be used for something what? In addition to the 8 categories of people. So there is some limitation in zakat. And of course, this for the SDG 1, poverty alleviation. Of course, no one is lag behind. So zakat can play the role for those really in what? Real poverty guys. Waqaf, because no, whether Islam or the other society, because no, you cannot make somebody always depend on the zakat, because it will not motivate him to be self-dependent. So now we can use waqaf as another channel to create a kind of system for him to be find a job or find a way to self-sustain. So this can become what? Waqaf can be used in this line. Sukuk, of course, sukuk, we can use sukuk to what? For some infrastructure. For example, highway or some big project, or maybe like Indonesia, you have what? This speed train kind of things. So why? Because this is a long-term investment. And of course, initially, maybe this does not really, you can see the contribution to the what we call economic growth, but in long run, because they have a lot of positive externality to the society by reducing the cost of transportation, by reducing of the, and of course, also same time, what they can motivate more other sub-sector of industry or what service to adhere to this project. So by this way, what so actually this directly or indirectly also what gives a chance, opportunity to those poverty people in the poverty to what? To be come out, okay, from this vicious circle, okay, vicious circle. And of course, you talk about equity, okay, equity. So you cannot have 100% what? Equity in any society, okay? It all takes a step or takes some time for this, what we call for this poverty, and for just because I'm from China, okay? I'm from China, so you know, Chinese government, they bring 800 million people from the poverty. I am the guy who witnessed this, what we call this project. And the commitment, the transparency, the accountability of the Chinese officers who put in this process beyond your imagination. I talk to you like this. So if I want to talk this one, maybe we can talk another 1 hour, so I don't want to discuss here. But see what. But do you think this is all smooth? No, it takes what? Sometimes it takes a life, even many officers was died in the process. Why? Because there are so many areas, it's very dangerous. Okay, so alhamdulillah, in the Islam we have zakat. We can cater this to those really needs people who are very poverty. Waqaf, we can create the environment, sukuk for the long-term investment. Slowly we can actually, inshallah, can achieve this we call what SDG step by step. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Irfan.
Yeah, just to add, there is a financing gap. Yeah, when we talk about the needs to finance these SDGs. So how to fill in this gap? Of course, we need other sources of fund. And that's why globally speaking, we came up with the idea and the concept of blended financing, which involve various religious social fund. And among them, zakat and wakaf have been included in this blended financing program and concept. For example, in the case of Indonesia, when we start to discuss the involvement of zakat back in the year 2018, what we did, we had a pilot project in Lubuk Bangkar village, yeah, in Jambi. Yeah, that's a very successful, I can claim, yeah, the Zakat on SDGs program. You can search on Google. And it was, at the time, the Minister of National Development Planning, Pak Bambang Brojo, was coming to that village. Yeah. So another important aspect is on the involvement of Wakaf. And even 2 years ago, we have issued a concept, what we call as the Green Wakaf Framework, which is an attempt to synergize the potential of Wakaf to the achievement of SDGs. So the presence and the existence of these instruments are very needed, timely needed, in order to fill in the gap in achieving these SDGs. And of course, what we need to do, yeah, as the way forward is we need to do more campaign socialization on the importance of zakat and wakaf, and we need to have more projects that will lead our country in the better achievement of our sustainable development goals. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please give applause for our speakers today. The time is up, and I was informed that Dr. Saleh already logged out from the Zoom platform. Yeah, Juma prayer. Okay, I would like to invite our two prominent scholars to give a closing statement on these particular topics. Dr. Turkan, please.
Once again, I want to say this is a very important topics and should be discussed and promoted from time to time. And of course, there are many things to be talked, but here I just want to mention one aspect: good governance. Okay, whether it's critical whether the Islamic public finance can work or can succeed or fail, is the good management is very important. Okay, because if for example, if they don't have transparency, accountability, or fairness, the Islamic public finance could not be performed according to Makat Sharia or Islamic principles. Okay, that's why there are a lot of challenges: the corruption, misallocation of resources. Okay, this is some of the challenges. So we need to innovate. We need to have enforce a legal framework. We must have the procedure, and also we have to take advantage of the technology to make the Islamic finance really work for the society, for the maslaha, okay, to achieve what we want to achieve, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Please, Dr. Irfan.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah, we are very fortunate to have this law on the national development planning for the next 2 decades, which open more room for Islamic economics and financial instruments to participate in the development of our beloved country. And this has to be optimized by offering various concepts, yeah, on the inclusion of Islamic public finance and fiscal policy theories, yeah, into the mainstream national economic policy. So I think the next step is we need to promote further so that Islamic economics can be part of the mainstream national economic policy, and this perhaps become the solution towards the economic problem that we are facing. And the inclusion of halal industry, for instance, can be new energy, for the sources of the growth of our economy. So hopefully we can collaborate together. We need to take action. Let us contribute, according to our ability to contribute, so that the role of Islamic economics and financial instrument, particularly the Islamic public finance, will become more significant in the near future. By that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Turkan and Dr. Irfan. Give applause. The final statement, I would say, we had a lot of challenge, a lot of homework, but appreciation for the committee, especially for Ministry of Finance, eager to elaborate this kind of topic. Inshallah, we will have a better condition, inshallah. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Ali Sakti and all the panelists. We'd like to invite you all to take a picture together. Thank you, panelists and moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Ali Sakti and all the panelists. We believe it has been a productive session for those of you joining us from other parts of the world with enlightening insights during today's panel sessions.
We have now arrived at the closing session of our event. Before we wrap up, I would like to invite the Assistant of Minister for Financial Services and Capital Markets, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Arief Wibisono, to deliver the closing remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Arief Wibisono.
Alhamdulillah, Ya Rabbil Alamin. Praise be to Allah, the Lord of the universe. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good afternoon to all of you. Distinguished speakers, moderators, guests who join also virtually, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, let us praise and thank to God Almighty, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has granted us countless blessings, knowledge, and guidance for the success of this 8th annual Islamic Finance Conference. In the last 2 days, we have discussed and exchanged ideas, views, and knowledge regarding Islamic public finance role in economic development. We have also explored the importance of innovation in Islamic finance management to drive a more positive impact on the economy. Certainly, this conference offers a clear view of the development in Islamic finance, present from a wide range of perspective and insight shared by Minister of Finance of Indonesia, the Second Minister of Finance of Malaysia, Vice Minister of Finance of Indonesia, and other prominent speakers. Importantly, the conference also offered touchful analysis, critical ideas, and recommendations from the conference paper submitted by the participation. These papers contribute to shape
strategies on Islamic public finance and economy, especially in building resilience amid global economic challenge. To highlight some of the key takeaways derived from this two-day session, on the first day, we were inspired by Malaysia's Madani framework, which underpins 6 core values: sustainability, ihsan, respect, innovation, prosperity, and trust in managing its economy. This framework aligned with the principle of Maqasid Syariah, placing the well-being of people and the economic landscape at the forefront. Malaysia has demonstrated that Islamic finance is not merely an alternative approach. It is a vital pillar of a sustainability, inclusive, and resilient economy. We also recognize that Islamic revenue sourced from zakat, infak, and wakaf are intended to ethically redistribute wealth. This concept encompasses not only the promotion of income equality, but also the creation of more productive, inclusive, and sustainable economy. In Indonesia, we are close to fully aligned the state budget spending with the objective of Maqasid Syariah by prioritizing critical areas and basic needs, such as education, health, and social protection. Indonesia has also led innovation in Islamic social finance, introducing cash wakaf link suku, cash wakaf link deposit, and suku wakaf through security crowdfunding platform. These efforts are further amplified using technology and mobile application to enhance accessibility and efficiency. And the second day, we also focusing into the role of Islamic social fund and empowerment of women entrepreneurship, especially discussion on the Khadijah program, our collaborated program with ISDB. We also get the insight on the discussion of Islamic fund to eradicate poverty and provide help for the needs. Moreover, Islamic social fund also help improving physical and mental well-being, for instance, offering relief during disaster and conflict. We also being inspired by Baitul Mal Wat Tamwil, or BMT, Beringharjo, Yogyakarta, which manages Islamic social finance for helping people building their small business. BMT Beringharjo started their business with less than $100 in 1994 and currently has 20 branches around Java Island. BMT aims not only for business, but beyond that, as a very noble mission to help people avoiding loan shark and illegal fintech lending, as well as educate micro and small business to develop their business. Echoing what the Minister of Finance, Ibu Sri Mulyani, mentioned this morning, that Islamic values are universal and provide grace to all mankind and the environment. Rahmatan lil alamin. The Maqasid Syariah and the character of Prophet Muhammad SAW, peace upon him, Siddiq, Amanah, Fatonah, and Tabligh, should inspire us to developing Islamic public finance. I believe we all united in our commitment to continuously innovate and promote the Islamic finance sector. It is not only vital for the growth of the global Muslim community, but also the prosperity of the world as a whole. To conclude, I would like to highlight the vital role of Islamic public finance in fostering economic development. This field is filled with opportunities for innovation and optimization. By adhering the Sharia principle and embracing ethical financing, we can unlock new pathway for sustainable growth and inclusive development. The integration of modern technologies along with collaborative framework among stakeholders can further enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of Islamic public finance management. I am confident that the 8th AIFC has facilitated a very constructive exchange of view and knowledge, as well as the sharing of contemporary ideas and insight. In this regard, I would also like to congratulate the winners of the call for paper event during this conference. May your hard work be fruitful as a sort of reference for the future policy-making process. I hope the knowledge and insight from the conference will drive further discussion, leading to a more robust policy and strategy formulation in the area of Islamic public finance and development. As we move forward, it is essential to continue exploring and harnessing this potential to ensure that Islamic public finance remain a pivotal tool in addressing the economic challenge of our time. By fostering an environment of creativity and adaptability, we can ensure that Islamic finance contribute meaningfully to the economy resilience and social welfare. Let us commit to driving this agenda forward, working together to create a more equitable and prosperous future for all. Finally, we extend our heartfelt thanks to our distinguished speaker, panelists, discussion, chairs, and all participants who contribute to the success of this conference through their active engagement and knowledge sharing. We would also like to thank our partner, the Islamic Development Banks Group, the National Committee for Sharia Economy and Finance, KNEKS, the Indonesian Association of Islamic Economists, IAIE, the Bank Syariah Indonesia, BSI, the University of Indonesia, and other supporting parties for the assistance and expertise in making this conference successful. I wish all of us successful journey ahead enhancing the development of Islamic public finance. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala provide us with His blessing in our effort to establish a strong economy for the welfare advance of the Ummah globally. We look forward to seeing you again at the next AIFC next year. Inshallah, with another exciting team. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Arif Wibisono, for your encouraging message. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the 8th Annual Islamic Finance Conference's agenda. After 2 days of full excitement, insights, and experiences, we would like to thank you for your participation.
Your opinions on this conference are greatly appreciated, as they will assist our organizing committee in shaping future events. Please share your thoughts in the link available on the screen right now. Participants who complete the feedback form will be eligible for a certificate of attendance and will be able to download all conference materials. Before we close today's event at the Mezzanine Hall, we would like to say thank you to Her Excellency Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Finance Minister of the Republic of Indonesia.
His Excellency Zamir Iqbal, Vice President of Islamic Development Bank.
Mr. Amer Buvic.
Mr. Febrio Kacaribu.
Mr. Arif Wibisono.
Mr. Saleh Alawaji.
Mrs. Siti Aziza.
Mr. Ali Sakti.
Ms. Nigat Tanvir,
Mr. Turkhan Ali Abdul Manap,
Mrs. Zahra Kamalanindita Dita Murad,
Mr. Irfan Shauki Bey,
Mrs. Mursida Rambe, and thank you to the guests and audience joining the event virtually through Zoom and the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia's YouTube channel.
Thank you to the organizer of this conference, the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, in cooperation with the Islamic Development Bank Group and Universitas Indonesia.
We apologize for any mistakes and inconvenience caused by presenting this conference. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to seeing you at the 9th Annual Islamic Finance Conference.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.